Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? I am putting on a little casual stream here. So, if you want to talk to me, now's the time. Because I'm not watching a fucking video or reading an article or anything and getting like 8 minutes done. I actually have to work today. Look, I'm high up there. Someone actually finally made this model. He made another mod that I wanted to show, but I didn't pull up the link in advance. But it's, okay, I think this is it. The Morrowind Zombie Apocalypse mod. So, like, he made models of, like, corpus beasts and, like, different sets of armor and stuff. So, it's a Morrowind modder, and, finally went through with it and made the Morrowind's model, the thing that works in the Vtube software. What is it with the hate for VTubers? Is it just because their fans are annoying? I think that's the general sentiment, just that like they're the modern bronies, VTuber fans, because they're always just waifu posting everywhere they go. But I mean, that's not any different than, you know, the regular waifu posting that we've been dealing with. Can you give him jiggle physics? No. Who made it? His name's Jowl. He did the Morrowind Zombie Apocalypse mod. He's got like a magic rebalance mod too. So he's just he's a Morrowind modder that we had experience working with the models. I got your Morrowind retrospective on VHS. The fuck you did? How'd you manage that? I don't think the tape would be long enough. Oh no, there are people who like when they visually see a VTuber will just immediately start like freaking out. I don't know. That seems like over intellectualizing it to say that. I don't know. I don't buy it. I mean, yeah, the eternal horny posters are annoying, but like I said, that's always been a thing, and it's always been annoying, and it's not even exclusive to like two-dimensional women. There are people who will waifu post about real women. Let's see. Thing up to here. Needs to get hit with this. Then this was where my the laptop fan kicked on. So I'm gonna hit it with the rest of it with this. VTuber fans are basically Dream fans, but weeb. But see, that's such a broad statement because there's different types of VTubers. And it's like with most things, Yeah, somebody who only watches like extremely popular streamers is gonna be more annoying, but I'm sure there's niche VTubers that would be interesting to watch. Alrighty. So this is 87 minutes, 87 and a half minutes. I took out the corrections already, and which was, I only had 2 minutes of corrections. So yeah. Make sure, okay, it doesn't pop up when it plays, so there's no spoilers. I guess I should have mentioned that, if that's something that you care about, which I can see. If you don't want to have, like, if you basically don't want to listen to the Skyrim video until it's, you know, ready to be listened to, then have no fear, you're not going to hear anything. I find VTubers uncanny. I mean, that's probably the most valid thing you could say. And we gotta, they kind of, they overcame the weird aspect of a three-dimensional anime character. But yeah, I guess it would definitely be kind of weird because it's not normal. I want the spicy takes when the video's done. You can watch the video in presumably November. Oh, I did a retake. Yeah, the editor's gonna have to decide which take he likes more. I remembered to use a pop filter today. The last part I didn't have a pop filter, but it also, like, wasn't that big an issue to not have it. Inexorably. Are VTubers really any different than the people who dress up as mascots at Disney? That depends. Is the people dressing up as the mascots, are they like guests or are they employees? I thought you were going in a furry direction with that, because I've heard that comparison made before, that like VTuber fans are furries, and I don't buy it. Because with furries, there's a weird sex component to it. Well, the Morrowind model was never gonna, like, be that good, right? Because it has very basic lip flaps and no expressions. So it's like, if we use the Dunmer girl for a moment, you can see that she's got expressions and that she does stuff and says stuff, and she's lit weird because the lighting settings are different for this model. Like I said, it's not really about the VTubers as much as just like the vehement hate for VTubers that I see. Like, literally since the first day that I was doing it, there were people who were like madly upset. Do you know how many times the plots involved using the Falmer language as an encryption? Once, my recollection. I say it like that. Weird. It's probably going to end up being a re-record. VTubers are like wrestling. No, because wrestling's entertaining. I don't really see that. I mean, wrestling's like a pre-planned show that has a narrative and events, and You know, VTubers at the end of the day are still just streamers, and so you, on top of the VTuber question, you have the streamer question, which is, what's the point of like of streamers? Which I know is a weird question to ask on a live stream, but you know, I'm doing something here. And I'm talking to people, and so like the novelty is that 12-hour Oblivion guy is going to talk to you with a VTuber model while he works on the Skyrim video. And whereas like with most live streams, it's like, hey, does anybody want to watch me play BioShock? And it's like, I don't, probably not. What would you, like, why would watching somebody play a video game be interesting? I've never understood that. The point of streamers is that I'm a lonely fuck. Yeah, I guess I'll be your parasocial accord. Help you get through your day. I hope you're happy. I have to suffer and get ridiculed on the internet so you can be happy. I don't get why VTubers upset people. I kind of like the separation of the viewer from the person behind the mask. Well, yeah, there is a character, playing a character component to it. But I mean, there's streamers who play characters that are 3D. Because you enjoy a person's personality and interactions with the game, hearing their thoughts and opinions on something from a fresh perspective. Yeah, but every time I see stream clips, it's just like the most boring stuff. It's just like somebody going, whoa, dude, that's fucking crazy. I like live streams that have like a show component to them where there's like, you know, a schedule and, I mean, there's live stream shows I'll watch that don't have schedules, but you know, a consistent time that they'll be active and a sort of routine that the show goes through. And a point. Like, not just watching a stream for the sake of watching a stream. This model makes me so uncomfortable. It is an unnatural to have like this early 2000s model forced into a modern VTubing. It's funny though. And it was like the first thing people wanted to see when I started VTubing was like, why don't you make the character models into things, which there were a couple people who thought that I was actually VTubing, at least for the Oblivion video, and they don't realize that was actually just like camera trickery. This model is who I picture Pat to be. I surprised somebody when I said I wasn't bald. That was a thing that happened. I think I joined the wrong stream. I was looking for Ugly Argonian maid editing stream. Oh, people always... Oh, yeah, somebody did donate, so I'm supposed to switch models, but I don't know how the rules work with this one. Here, I'll do the Ugly Argonian maid for you. But I gotta turn down the... Is it intensity that's causing that? I don't know, there's a weird effect going on right now with the lighting. I don't know if anybody else notices that. I don't recall ever saying that I was bald. Jesus. Can I salvage that? No, because they're both fucked. This is why Hadvar is the wrong choice. Skyrim introduction. Gotta fix it. Do you plan to have more models imported from Morrowind? No. That's because it was annoying. That's why it took 3 different people trying to do it for it to finally happen. So... even if you play a Breton, yeah, some people, like, some haven't noticed that the actual character is a Breton, but the one that shows up in the video is an Imperial. And then in Oblivion, it was an Imperial. Wasn't it? I don't know. All I know is there's no Breton characters in Skyrim. I heard Rayloff's voice actor in Assassin's Creed 2 the other day. Yeah, that's the nature of voice actors. I would say that there are people in that game that stand out way more for that, though. Or, well, for Skyrim, not Assassin's Creed 2. Is there going to be a Skyrim avatar when starting the Skyrim video like the last 2? I don't know how I'm going to start it compared to the other 2. That was something that, like, I figured out right at the end of the Oblivion project. I tend to work on the introduction last, which I think is what... because people all the time will, like, tell me that they're interested in starting, but they don't know what to do. I think what happens is they try to write the introduction first, and then, like, just stop, because the introduction is literally the worst part of making the video. I'm trying to think of a good Rayloff line, and all I can think of is "We're escaping Hadvar." But I'm trying to then stretch that into the scene where a guard beats up Leonardo da Vinci. We're gonna kick your ass, nerd. Rayloff is a Giga Chad compared to Hadvar. Hadvar's just like, nobody in my family approves of my decision to join the Imperials. And it's like, yeah, of course they don't. Okay, we skipped the intro. What next? Just write. What you do is you just start writing. Just start writing, let it flow onto the page, and then build off of that. You'll probably eventually replace the first thing that you write, but you kind of have to just get the you have to get the snowball rolling. Been playing anything fun that's non-video related? No, I have gamer depression. Like, I played a bunch of Project Warlock yesterday, but it felt just kind of uninspired. Todd Howard. There's some stuff I wish I had foresight of, like doing a Todd Howard name counter for the Skyrim streams. Which one is Project Warlock? Well, that's kind of the problem. Like I want to say it's not fun for the first hour, and then once you get into it and you have a lot of the weapons, it gets fun. But then, like, I don't know, each each stage of it, like each act of it, kind of just resets the difficulty, and so it's like just you'll be super powerful, and then you'll just be stomping through like the early parts of the levels. So I'm in Egypt now, and it referenced Serious Sam, and I'm like, you know, I could just go play Serious Sam. Have you ever played the game Dungeon Siege? No, but I like Ross Scott's video on it. He sounds miserable because that's just who he is. He's a miserable person. I listen to your Morrowind and Oblivion videos as background noise as I do stuff. It drives my girlfriend nuts. I have a tendency of driving people's girlfriends nuts. So it's not surprising. Have you seen that someone made a ladder climbing and wall hopping mod for Skyrim? I'm not sure what for. Does it add situations where that's appropriate? Yeah, I mean, it was picking up, but if I had been picky when playing the game, I would not have gotten this far just because it starts rough. I'm doing what's his name? Mark Lampert? I'm doing what he won't, which is fix sibilance. There's so much I wish I knew about the Skyrim's development. Or like just development at Bethesda in general. So it's like, whose job is it to edit the audio for the dialogue? What poor person has that job? I don't think the no cock like horse cock thing is a jump scare. I don't try to jump scare people in the videos. Let's see. It's in the Dark Brotherhood. "180 degrees away from the road and checking for back doors." Checking for back doors. Chance. Purification. What the fuck is going on in... I've been putting off rewatching this video. If there happens to be a sanctuary there, that's all I'm saying. This marks the beginning of the second... This is the Oblivion video. Hang on. No, it fades in. What are you talking about? A jump scare? It might be because of headphones. No, it fades in. Like the volume fades in. Can you switch to the cat model at some point? I switched for donations, but fine. Get all the furries out of the way. I'll take my socks off, but you gotta donate $20. I don't understand the appeal of cam girls. What will come out sooner, Starfield or Joseph Anderson's Witcher 3 video? That's a great question. I mean, the thing is, I don't think Starfield will get delayed again. But the Witcher 3 video is still late. Like, that's the thing is, Starfield's not late yet. Starfield's only late, like, it's been delayed, but it's not late until November. Whereas the Witcher 3 video was supposed to be out. Where did you learn to edit audio? Through the great conflagration of YouTube. I'm gonna do an Outer Worlds video. It's just when I'm losing enthusiasm for working on Skyrim. Oh. I didn't have to edit that because that's not gonna be in the video. Is it rather interesting? Sometimes I like to ask myself if, like, I like to talk to the person who's talking back to me. Probably kind of crazy, but, oh. And the take was fucked anyways. Outer Worlds was boring. What changed? What's that past tense shit? It is boring. Do you have any preference for open world or linear games? Open world. I feel like that's something I should elaborate on, but I really don't feel like elaborating on it. How's your enthusiasm / motivation for the project going? Fine. I've gotten a lot more done this year on this project than I was the same time last year on Oblivion. I'll be right back, though. Would you hug a subscriber? That's not it. No. Best usage of open world system in a video game. Cyberpunk. I don't know. What do you mean by best usage of an open world system? If it's a system, I would probably say it'd have to be like a Middle Earth game, but if only because it actually has something going on. Can we finally admit that New Vegas was a miracle and Obsidians are full of hacks, or we need 2 more games? I wouldn't say that. Obsidian's not the same team that they were. No, the hot take if you're trying to piss people off, the hot take you gotta have is that you gotta say, because of Outer Worlds, now we can know that Fallout New Vegas was never good. That's how you upset people. Would you hug a pig? Yes. I'm gonna ask the question we're all wondering, can you blow a kiss to the homies in chat? No. Because the thing is, that guy earlier said that, like, I annoy his girlfriend. So it's like, if he's listening to the stream and she's listening right now and I blow him a kiss, that could be it for him. Mwah! I'm gonna sabotage your relationship so you stop giving your girlfriend money and you give it to me instead. I think part of it is that, like, they just get jealous. Like, I'm gonna steal their man. We live in a post-Outer Worlds society. The Outer Worlds proves that New Vegas wouldn't be better, even if they had way more time to flesh things out. Yeah, go post that in the Stag Live chat and see what happens. Well, I bet your wife of 15 years is not going to leave you, but we're not talking about wives. We're talking about girlfriends. We're annoyed that they keep listening to my videos in the background. A big problem in video games is players not realizing that dev teams change and having blind loyalty because past games were good is not good for you or video games quality in general. Yes. And even if the team stays the same, perspectives change, too. I think I got in a wrestling match with my boom arm. However... What Coke coffee flavor is the best? I wouldn't say any of them are the best. That implies they're good. Like I said before, you don't get them because they taste good. Oh yeah, I was gonna say that, like, you know, Bethesda as a team really hasn't changed too much. A lot of what has changed at Bethesda over the years has just been their philosophy. So it's like even if people leave or join, like that's not the only factor that can change just people's vision about how they do stuff. And some change is just natural. You just want it to be positive change. I've never seen Pepsi coffee, though. I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it. I'm listening to it. I pay more attention. Like, I'll do it just by sight if it's a side project. But for the Skyrim video, I'm trying to get it as good as possible, and so I'm listening to it. It's just not coming through on the stream. So, like, for instance, this looks like, you probably can't see it very well, but this looks a lot like a kind of lip sound, and that's because it is. It's the B sound. And when you say use the B phoneme, your lips come together and you intentionally make that sound. So if you're just editing by sight, you have to recognize that while this does look like a lip sound that you would ordinarily get rid of, it also has this part, which is the rest of the B sound. B, it's like that E sound at the end of it. So you don't want to overcorrect it. Sometimes I do make it quieter though, because sometimes it'll hit pretty hard. My local store is Caffeine Donuts. Interesting. I think I understand how they would do that. I'm trying to think of, like, on the one hand, it's bad for you because it's a donut, but on the other, it's probably better than drinking your caffeine. I don't get it. How exactly the Outer Worlds cast a shadow upon Fallout New FNW? No, I assume Fallout New Vegas. We're making a joke. We're saying it's a contrarian opinion to have, and so you're saying New Vegas is bad because New Vegas is bad because of the Outer Worlds. It's like by design a bad argument, because you're just trying to upset New Vegas fans, which is a good sport in of itself. Sekiro is a masterpiece. Okay. Hang on, I'm trying to pull up the good image. And some of you probably already know what I'm going to show. The big question is, why doesn't the girl face the goddamn screens if she's working? There's like at least one person who just cannot watch this because of that. New Vegas is pretty good, but I don't know why it's a hill that you need to die on. People do the same shit with Morrowind. They'll accuse me of doing it. It's like, I don't know. It's just, it's a fucking video game. I have to wonder. Hang on. Oh, I can. There you go. I fixed her up. How am I flipping it horizontal? Transform. Flip horizontal. There we go. Now she's looking at it. Like a storm of this shit right now. We all agree that fire breath is a very underwhelming shout in Skyrim. This Skyrim music sure is quiet. Because it was in like the transition. She's not even touching the mouse. You can't fool me. There. I thought you said you were a VTuber so that you could have expressions. Hey, nobody said when I became a VTuber that it had to face the screen. I miss this otherworldly, unblinking gaze of 3D model. Did you see Click for Gameplay's new Skyrim review? It's very good. Comes from an experienced player. Nobody tell him. We were watching the premiere in the Discord server, and I wouldn't say it's very good. Like, we had to stop like 90 minutes in, and all I've heard is that like the combat section's good, and it's because he comes from he like knows how to fix it with mods kind of deal, so he knows what a good combat system would be like, and that's about it. What video length are you aiming for with the Skyrim video? I don't. As long as it needs to be. And no longer, because I don't want to make it longer. Like, if I thought that the hours that I already have done were sufficient to make the point, then that would be the Skyrim video. The problem is, I haven't even talked about the main quest yet. For all I have done. I feel like Pat is constantly on the precipice of being a master troll, but has to hold back for the sake of his content being taken seriously. That's kind of true. Like, in a just world, I would be able to do both. But we don't live in a just world. Leave it so she's just admiring the Fallout meme. I at least have her looking at the screen. marked for death. What a joke shout. Like, I never understood the point of marked for death when you could just use unrelenting force. There's a lot of stuff in Skyrim that's like that. I think the fact that Skyrim has so many mods is relevant to whether or not you buy it and play it, so I like when reviewers mention mods. I think mods are a decent opportunity to explore like what's been done to solve certain problems. But I mean, I'm conflicted because it's like, I think that you should be able to review a Minecraft mod pack and the experience that provides, but at the same time, I don't think that's appropriate for Skyrim. Or at least it's not accurate to say that you're talking about Skyrim in that situation. Do you agree with the claim that Daggerfall's main quest is the best in the series? But I like Morrowind's. What I'll say is, if Morrowind and Oblivion's main quests pulled off what they were trying to do better, they would be really good. I think Daggerfall's the only one that pulls off what it's trying to accomplish. And then I think Skyrim's the only one where I don't think what they were trying to do would have worked out. So, like, one thing I talk about is that there's no actual secondary characters in Skyrim's main quest until you get to High Hrothgar and meet Arngeir. So Arngeir's the first actual character of the story. You might say Balgruuf, but... Oh, shit. Whoops. Balgruuf, doing Dragon Rising is how you unlock the battle for Whiterun to replace Balgruuf. So, he actually can't be a character in the story because there's a chance that you're going to replace him. And so, everything that Balgruuf really does is kind of like front-loaded, and then like he's basically just a participant at the War Council if you even do that later. Like, he's not really a character. Civil War is the fucking worst. We don't have a chat mod. You can retract your own messages. Yeah, I love the sad room. Fuck. On God, we bussin'. Holy shit. That was bad. Holy hell. Balgruuf was going to die in the Mephala quest, which they kept that in. Yeah, I was looking at it, and I was trying to understand... I was trying to understand why they cut that part. Big gap for water. Do you think having the game be 2 discs and use the 360 storage help with the disk space? Yeah, that was one way they could have taken it. I think it was just an issue of... Alright, I got it. Can't do this anymore. We can do it this perspective. So. It would help with the like dialogue space restrictions, but at the same time, there was other stuff about the hardware limitations beyond just file space. Like Todd Howard has a story about them being really, really unreasonably excited when they were told that like they were going to have 512 megs of RAM instead of 256. He's one of the best Jarls personality-wise. That's because they made him a Nord. Like, there's not a lot of Nords in a game in Skyrim. Funny thing. Like, I get that not every character in Skyrim has to be the kind of stereotype of the Nord we had seen in the series up to that point. But it feels like so few of them are. Because you got, like, Galmar Stonefist and Ulfric and, like, Jarl Balgriff. Thanks for reminding me that GTA 5 originally ran on 500 megs of RAM. Yeah, but you should have seen the shit they were doing to make that happen. Like, I think consoles, the slow hardware progression on consoles was like the big limitation really in terms of technology in this industry. Like the 7th generation was mostly about trying like optimizing the fuck out of the game just to be able to squeeze every last ounce of that hardware. Because it's not like they can go back and update the Xbox to be more powerful. And nowadays, they just have, like, different versions of consoles for... And so it's like, this runs at this resolution, this frame rate on this console, and this runs... Like, you've seen that shit during the showcases and stuff. Where it's like, we ran this on an Xbox One Series S. How much do you agree with Zarek's assertion about the imperialization of Skyrim's Nord? I don't know what his assertion is. Is he saying that the Nords are imperialized? That is kind of a point of the game, but like, I think it's kind of a botched detail. Like, Ulfric says as much that that's what he means when he says that he came home to like a land full of strangers. He just kind of realized that there wasn't as big a difference between the Nords and the Imperials as he thought there must have been when he did live in Skyrim. And I don't know, like, the Skyrim does the Imperials better than Oblivion did the Imperials. Just because they come off as like a morally looser people than the Nords. Why have the last 3 TES player characters been Daedra servants? You can do Daedra quests in Daggerfall. I wouldn't say that Nerevarine was a Daedra worshipper, even if he doesn't do any of the Daedric side quests. Like, he's not a servant of Azura, even though he does what she wants to have happen. I think that's just that's a coincidence And the thing about Azura is that's like she's the kind of god that will she's the kind of god that will like take credit for shit after the fact. I warned you guys about Vivek. Look what he did to your country. Oh, you warned us about Vivek? Or you just sat in the background and stewed? Waited for some mortal to come along and solve your problem. Do you think you're gonna do a Shadow Key playthrough? No. When I sell out, yes. Daedra is better than Aedra according to Bethesda. Is that based on the quality of the content that's involved, or is that actually like something they've said in the past? Any opinions on the traits and backgrounds revealed for Starfield? I think it's interesting. I think that Bethesda is kind of listening to us and like what we want. But at the same time, they could be just giving us enough to get us interested and not necessarily... Like, I don't think it's going to be particularly in-depth. And, you know, all the reviewers will say, oh, it's a step in the right direction. That's the shit that you're going to hear a lot from Starfield reviews, is that, like, Bethesda was going in the wrong direction and dumbing their mechanics down, but now they've realized that they don't have to anymore, and it's a step in the right direction. And it's like, well, when they only take a step every couple years, that doesn't really mean a whole lot. Like, I don't know why each step towards making real role-playing games has to be done through the releases. I think a big fail story-wise is Bethesda treating the 9 Divines as the real Divines of Tamriel. Each race and province has their own pantheons. Yes and no. I think what you're seeing there is just like the influence of the Imperial cult, kind of making their version of the gods the dogmatic version. But like, there are crossovers. They're going to throw us a bone or two, and so we can say they dumbed down, but really it won't change anything. That's kind of the thing, is like, they can superficially do that stuff. Your 16-hour Skyrim analysis video is coming out tomorrow, right? I said before, it's coming out in November. Allegedly. No, that's the release date that I'm aiming for. I don't know, like, I know what I'll do if I'm late, but I don't know what I'll do if I'm early. Like, I don't know if it'll just come out for patrons early or what. That's issues to deal with when I have a more concrete kind of product. Like, I've gotten a lot done, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's actually close to done. So, like, just today, I got to 50% on the audio recording. So I have half the audio recording done. Starfield with the 10% damage modifiers for perks. Did we watch the same video? Well, that's kind of what I'm trying to allude to, is that, like, when they were talking about, like, the backgrounds and stuff, and so it's like, we got space mortgages and parents and shit, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything when the system seems so simplified. But at the same time, I think a lot of people harp on the perks that are just like percentage increases to damage and stuff. but they don't necessarily offer up a lot of good alternatives, or like what you would, what is a good perk that should be in that system instead. Like, that was kind of the issue I was having with Kretosis's video, is that, like, on the occasion, like, they called out an occasion where Skyrim actually unlocks a new mechanical feature for a perk, because they wrote it off as just the game selling back to you what you used to be able to do. But I mean, the alternative is that, like, the final perk of enchanting is that, like, your enchantments are 100% stronger. But yeah, like, I was looking at Ordinator, and Ordinator's a lot of the same stuff. It's just a remix of, like, percentages, and occasionally there'll be new mechanics, like lockpicking adds, like, bear traps. So it's like if all the perks was each stage was just like 10% more damage, yeah, that sucks. But if the final perk of each of those skills actually, like, unlocks some new mechanic for that skill, then, I mean, I don't really have an issue with the first perk being 10% more damage. Like, the solution to the boring perk system isn't we have to get rid of every perk that only does percentage increases. How is that orc anime girl with a nose now? She always had a nose. You just never noticed. You were probably looking at something else. Damn. Well, my kind of approach to it was the in-game combat systems should just be, like, really crazy. So, like, if you're maxed out in two-handed, you should just, like, crush people and stuff. Because there's never really a feeling that, like, you're a max level character. Greedy anime girls do have noses. What's that disease that pugs have, where they can't breathe because their nostrils are fucked up? Where do you think Elder Scrolls 6 will be located? Skyrim, duh. Wouldn't it be funny if they were like, yeah, the Dragonborn, he ended up starting his own empire, and it took over Hammerfell and High Rock, and, like, that's the setting of the game, but they call it the province of Skyrim because it's like it's his old empire. Yeah, say it. Well, it's like, okay, honestly, the only reason two-handed is so bad is because of basically percentage differences. Like, the damage potential that you lose out on using two-handed is so great that it makes it not worth doing. But literally, if that damage potential was just made up for, then it wouldn't be a problem and people would be more likely to use it by default. Even though, like, the difference is mostly just, like, there's a mechanical difference. You can't use spells in the offhand. But that's not the reason. That's not the real reason people don't like two-handed. People don't like two-handed because it's bad. This sounds like some shitty D&D campaign fan fiction. Exactly. Perfect for Elder Scrolls. You'll fit in. S6 is just going to be a gender swap of everybody in Skyrim. Imagine. Imagine. Oh, I forgot to flip her back over when I turned her around. There we go. I don't really care. I find talking about, like, future Elder Scrolls games a boring subject. There's nothing to talk about. I saw a video about Leact Man. I don't know why she's so goddamn angry. I saw a video about the Act Man, and, like, so part of his case against Quantum TV was like a Discord post that was apparently made up. And then he had, like, this conspiracy theory that Quantum TV was a ban evader that ended up not being true. But, you know, if you just yell at people that they need to do their research, that's an argument in of itself. Because that was the funniest part of the whole thing, was just Actman yelling at people, telling them that they need to do their own research. No, the funny part was that it was about Elden Ring. Never forget. Was it Willie Mac's video? Yes, I just couldn't think of his name. You know, people always say that Bethesda should take inspirations from mod authors, but I don't want TES 6 to be full of anime titties and rough BDSM sex when I die. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Didn't some Fallout modder just get hired at Bethesda as a level designer? Oh, I think he got made an associate level designer. I think William Shin being the lead quest designer on Starfield could be a good sign. I wasn't aware those credits were out. That sounds interesting. You do have to wonder about, like, the office politics of Bethesda. Especially modern Bethesda, because, like, I really don't know that much post Skyrim. Just because like Fallout 4 is not really something that I want to read about or learn about. The Actman comes off as a grifter with his all of a sudden moral grandstanding over homophobia. No, I think that's the wrong read. I think the read of it is that the Actman was stepping into an arena that he had no experience in, but that he's seen other people do. And so he was trying to use a lot of tactics that worked in other spaces or at other times without really understanding like the fundamental form of like why it was being done. And so like him making it a big deal about homophobia was like that's stuff that he's seen before with cancel culture, and it probably blew up in his face. Because even though he was like trying to use tactics that he's seen before, he was also putting his own spin on it, which is forgivable when you're talking about video games because people are stupid. You can utterly botch a story about a Call of Duty game because nobody cares, but if you botch a story about an actual person, I mean, I don't know, Quantum TV probably has some fans. I was thinking about it, and I think the way I would describe Actman to somebody who was completely unfamiliar with him would be he's an obnoxious Halo fan. I think that's a really good way, because you know the stereotype of like the college guy that's into Halo. Well, it's an older stereotype. But the Actman is the nostalgia man for dude bros. Like, remember when Dude Bro game was good, huh? Huh? I don't like the term dude bro, but it is pretty accurate. Why is the lighting on the orc changed? Because the other model had to change the lighting to work on it, so. It's because I'm in this room, and this room's darker than my normal room. What do you guys think of fighting that first dragon that shows up at the Western Watchtower at Bleak Falls Barrow, but maybe it's unkillable? Or maybe it like flies off at 50%. Because I had this terrible idea that like you could have dragon encounters in the game, but you just can't kill them until you do the main quest. And I was like, no, that sounds fucking stupid. But I do think that like if you fought Mimolnir at Bleak Falls Barrow, but like he was really tough and you couldn't kill him, that might be worth something. Exaggerated ass takes on anything Halo describes all Halo YouTubers or most of its dying community at this point. Yeah, I would say that's accurate, and it's just nostalgia for like that 7th generation of console games. And then it was like, for some reason, he woke up one morning and was like, I'm gonna die on the hill of defending Elden Ring from bad takes. And it was like the second that he fell for my Elden Ring video should have been the sign that he probably should quit while he's ahead. Oh, okay. Honestly, if it confuses me, it's probably going to confuse people too. Well, that was how it was in the QuakeCon demo. Is Todd fought a dragon at before he went into Bleak Falls Barrow, and then the fight continued once he got out of Bleak Falls Barrow. How's your Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship going? I didn't answer the email. Well, I mean, the easy way around that is you just have Mimolnir flee. If you get, like, if he goes down to 50%. Because I think part of the problem with dragons is that they don't run away. And I don't understand why. Like, are they just so moronic that they don't understand that they're about to die? I don't entertain the concept of death, even though it's happened to me before. Yeah, of course some people fell for it. That was kind of the point. It had to be plausible enough to fall for. Because then it's embarrassing once you... Like, it's trying to ride that line of obvious enough that without being too obvious. Yeah, I've said before, I wasn't trying to do a haha, this is all ironic takes kind of video. I was trying to create something that people would fall for, but it would be embarrassing if they did. Ironically, that's what I'm talking about right now. It's hard to make something special when you have to do it 50 times. And that's basically the issue with dragons in Skyrim. The Chad GGG man lives, the versus the virgin act dude bro. It is kind of true, like G-Man is basically a superior version of the act man. And the only reason that the Act Man's bigger is because, you know, you just have that old core audience of people to take advantage of, old Halo fans and stuff. Guys, remember when Halo 3 came out? Dude. You remember Gears of War? Dude. Holy fuck, that was awesome. Well, you have to remember I was deleting people who were calling it out as a joke, so... I'm probably the only person who has a good overview of, like, what the ratio could have been. I would say most people didn't fall for it. Shouldn't talk shit about other YouTubers. I'm gonna break that habit. It's just game reviews. You have to be nice to other people in your genre. We don't want drama here. I haven't watched Seth in a while. I've been just kind of disillusioned with life, you know. We're on the Giga grind set just trying to get this video done. Like when I say I don't enjoy playing games anymore, that's not like modern games are so bad. No, it's like I legitimately do not enjoy playing games anymore. But it's true of a lot of things in life. I think I just have a big problem I'm trying to deal with. So it's like I don't well, I've never been a big movie or TV person, but it's like I've been wanting to watch a couple movies and I'm just like I can't motivate myself to do it. Or TV shows or anime or listen to new music or anything. Like literally the only thing I have enough focus to do is work. So I think my workaholic nature is finally catching up with me. What do you do for fun? I just work out and like make food to eat and work on the Skyrim video. I saw under your Red Dead Redemption 2 how your underlying right-winger tone was bothering them and how they didn't expect that from you. Oh yeah, that does happen occasionally. I don't know what's so underlying about it. Like, it's not a main part of my channel brand. I know that some people are used to politics and game reviews as a, politics and game reviews just has to be like, oh yeah, this is going to be my political dissertation about why communism is based/unbased. And it's like, but people can have political opinions independent of the content that they produce. Like, I like Ross Scott, but I don't agree with him with some of those politics. But even when he talks about politics in his videos, I appreciate it because it seems like he's coming from a more intelligent perspective than most people. Yeah, you know, the right-winger tone of saying that the NCR is communism. I found your COD videos entertaining. Any chance you'll do new ones? I've thought about it before. I think that, like, even though work is the only thing I enjoy, it really is just working on the Skyrim video. So it's like, I don't know if I have the motivation to fucking do a side project. Especially not while the iron's so hot. It's like, you know what? If in a month I can, if in a month I can make this much, then like, I don't know, why would I do something else? Seems like it would be wasting the opportunity. That's just because I'm an adult. I remember how adults used to do politics. I'm 37 years old. I'm tired. How'd you motivate yourself to make videos when you were working full time? I don't know. Like, there's points in my life that I just don't understand how I got through. And so all I can do is just kind of speculate. I'm 45 years old. Well, the thing is, if your only motivation for making videos is to insert your politics into it, then that comes off. It's kind of like the sentiment that you should cook with love, and that, like, your love for the person that you're cooking for comes across in the food, even though that makes no sense and it's fucking stupid. Yeah, the same thing comes through with videos. Like, if your only purpose for making a video is cynical propaganda, that's going to come across. Whereas if you just make a video out of some passion, then that comes off as more genuine, and people like that more. I don't know. I think I'm depressed, but I also think I'm doing better now than I was like 2 months ago. So. What if one's passion is making cynical propaganda? Well, then that makes you a fucking sad person, doesn't it? I think you need a better hobby. No, dude, it's my hobby. I'm allowed to do it. Okay. But I don't buy that's true. Or you can develop a fast food mindset and pump out 10-minute bangers every day. Well, that's the thing is, like, if me and daily commentary channel traded places, I don't think either side would acclimate well to what the other person does. And so it's like, yeah, there's just times where I don't do anything on the channel for months. Doesn't mean I'm not working. And it's like, I've produced more content in the last fucking month than I did the 6 months preceding that. It's just that it's all part of one video that's not going to come out until later, so it doesn't seem like I'm doing anything. And I guess just how you handle... I mean, there's like a financial aspect to it of like, can you save money versus do you need that consistent monthly revenue? And but that's the same thing with validation. So it's like if you need constant validation from your fans instead of like trying to make a really long video, might not be possible for them. And I think in the same vein, like, I would not adapt well to a situation where I had to put out a video every day just because there's a lot of details that I like to try to fix, and you just don't get to do that when you make content that frequently. It is a good arrangement. I'm like closer to all the positivity when I'm researching and writing the video, and then like the editing's the hard part, I think, spiritually. The are the eyebrows just fucking today? No, I updated the expression settings and now it's like a lot more sensitive to like try and pick up what the emotion is, and so like this one I think especially, I think it's just because her eyebrows are fucked up. But like this one is very sensitive and just keeps going with the eyebrows. I would say... Oh, whoops, hang on. I think the thing you have to watch out for is just constantly seeking validation from other people. Like, that's something I've been trying to confront, is like, am I doing something because I want to do it or because it's smart, or am I doing something because I'm just trying to get validation from people that that like justifies it? My passion is on hating mainstream movies and series that I have not watched just to troll my friend that does. He still doesn't know I don't watch them. They are always the same. I always guess right. That's an interesting passion to have. I'm glad you found somebody who's tolerant of it. This shit slowed down. What do you guys want to talk about? There's a Kiwi Farms thread about you? I wouldn't be surprised. If you're around long enough. Yeah, invariably in life you're going to make enemies at some point. Or even just people that don't like you. You know, I said the wrong thing about some game they liked, or something like that. You know, I slighted them slightly on a Discord server. Something just irrelevant. Or you make it into the big league and you do something fucked up. And people rally around you. So it's probably just a metric of like, someone on Kiwi Farms wants to see if I'm an exploitable locale. So they'll probably just like, they'll aggregate information or weird takes or some shit, and they'll probably be a bit of fucking with me, and then I'm not gonna respond. I don't give a fuck. Just trying to get the Skyrim video done. And then they'll move on because fucking with DSP is funnier. I get, I, I get DSP. I don't get Wings of Redemption. People really hate the guy, and I don't know why. I understand if you dislike him, especially if you were a fan of him at one point and then felt that, like, he just didn't like you or didn't appreciate what he had, but I don't know. The Wings hate is, like, very extreme. What's your opinion on traits directly affecting your backstory? This person's talking about Starfield. It's probably not a bad idea. I think they're aiming for like a life path kind of thing, and so it's like you can define stuff that happened in your past, and then maybe it'll come back. So it's like if you write a D&D character sheet and you say that like this thing happened, what you're signaling it to the dungeon master is that at some point in the dungeon master's story that you want them to incorporate that element into the story that's being told. And so that's why you have details like that. And so it's like if you say that your parents are fine and that you're paying them, you know, a stipend so that they can pay their mortgage on some space planet, then it's like and it's like, you know, that can be interesting. But will Bethesda pull it off? And see, I don't know, because I don't know how dedicated they are to that one playthrough to do it all mentality. Thoughts on the One Punch Man retcon for the latest chapters? I gotta be sure what you're talking about. What was the last chapter I read? No, I could talk about One Punch Man. Because I reread the series lately. 160. Okay, so the last chapter I read was 165, so I'd have to read 166. Let me download. There are some issues that I have had with how one has been rewriting it. Something I've noticed recently is that some people just cannot admit to liking something or someone. They have to add a caveat like it's not great, but and never elaborate. Part of that's cowardice. Like, it's so common to get made fun of for liking something now that you have to do that. No, guys, I understand, but I like it anyways. Kind of bullshit. That stuff. Strikes me as insecure, and I've always wondered where that came from. Too much time spent in an echo chamber, so they're afraid to break it, I guess. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are spending just time in echo chambers so they don't get exposed to contrary opinions, or their exposure to contrary opinions are exceptionally negative for no fucking reason. They retconned him into defeating opponents with 2 punches. That's not a retcon, that was in the webcomic. Read it live now. It wouldn't take me long to read it. I just don't know if this is the environment I want to read it in. They've already changed stuff from the webcomic that's that I disagree with. And it might be something that I make a video about once it actually like the manga concludes. I'm not gonna wait for the anime because fucking who knows how long that'll take. But yeah, like the webcomic was just a masterful story. were pulling off this very specific thing. And then elements were changed, and I believe it was so that this can be where the manga, the story will conclude here. And then I think that's a mistake. So it's like they felt the need to include some characters that weren't in the webcomic because the webcomic continues after that point. So it's like, we got to have Metal Bat in the conclusion. And it's like, yeah, Metal Bat's part of the story. Oh, I didn't realize the Fallout 3 thing was sticking through. Metal Bat's part of the story was kind of, yeah, it was just the centipede fight. Like, there's no reason that he has to show up in the finale. Oh my god, the model looks different because... I'll switch back to it. Oh, and now the lighting's messed up. Cool. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Because this is a model that I have now. Thanks to the Morrowind modder J-Wall. J-Wall. It's a German word. So it's probably Jawal. It could be Murata not wanting to continue adapting the webcomic, so feeling forced to conclude the current arc. Yeah, I think that Murata is wanting to move on with his career, but... And it's fine. I don't care if the manga concludes, so much as what I wanted the manga to do was to be a really good interpretation of that original story. And so there's aspects that if you change, kind of change the intent of like what was being done. You're not a contrarian if you don't like something that's popular. You're only a contrarian if your basis for not liking that popular thing was because it was popular. So you see that a lot with Fallout. There's people whose opinion on Fallout 3 and New Vegas is almost entirely, I don't like the people who like X games, so I don't like that game. I like bad games and I dislike good games. You don't have to hide it. So true. I mean, the hype surrounding something always affects my opinion of things, most of the time negatively. Now, you shouldn't let people take away your enjoyment of something just because they are being cringy about it. Like, that's kind of what we were talking about with VTuber fans earlier. It's like, your opinion on VTubers should be independent of the people who watch it. But I guess a part of... That one's an edge case because a part of, like, the live stream experience is the chat. And so if they're behaving like that in the chat, then I can understand why. But, I mean... It's like letting furries take cat girls away. It's just not acceptable. You can see my elbows right now. I love when meme irony loops back on itself and people genuinely like Fallout 3 now. So true. Contrarianism is literally a fucking disease. And that's kind of what Garrow's character in One Punch Man is, because I like his character because it's his motivation is literally just, I'm a contrarian who thought monsters were cooler than heroes. And then I got fucking beat up for it. Bestie, I don't even think once. I enjoyed Undertale and Secret for the first 3 years of that community's existence. Yeah, like Undertale is one of the big ones where it's like, I don't understand why the Undertale community would stop you from liking the game. I've never played it. I've heard it's good, like, independent of the community. And so, like, when it was first taking off, I saw people talking about it, and they were having reasonable conversations about the game and its motivation. What it does right, what it doesn't. And it's like, it seemed overall to be a fine video game. But then people's opinion of it was basically colored by people going fucking crazy over it. You can draw fan art of all of them together at the same time. Emphasis must be placed on their feet, which must be photorealistic. Can you draw her? Can you draw them giving birth? Especially this one. Only in multiplayer games the community can be a legitimate argument. See, that's like the VTuber thing again. Oh yeah, speaking of post-irony, there are people who are like, Reddit's not that bad, guys. Stop making fun of people for using Reddit. So it's like, Reddit got memed on so hard that people are ironically defending Reddit now instead of shitting on it. Although I never ironically shit on Reddit, but that's besides the point. Why can't people be themselves? For fuck's sake. And I know why. It's because if people were themselves, they'd be shitty people. So they have to, like, rein that in. Like, I remember you saying you wrote some stories back in the day. Is there anywhere we can read some of your work? No. Sorry. I mean, the thing is, if there's hype behind something, that means I'm going to hear a lot of it praised for said thing, and I'm inevitably going to think about it and notice that it's worse than I thought. I think that's still your own fault. 1 second. Reddit isn't that bad, guys. My wife's boyfriend uses it too. The wife's boyfriend thing is so old, but so true. So true. I use Reddit to keep track of my favorite media and discussions of the latest episodes, chapters. I never go on cursed r/all. I think that's the ideal use case for Reddit. I mean, I use the One Punch Man subreddit to get One Punch Man. It's like when Reddit's advantage is that you can have exceptionally niche communities that are organized. It's better than Discord at that front, even though you have a lot of the same stuff on Discord. I just think its nature as an instant messaging app doesn't make it as good for that purpose as Reddit is as a link aggregator. But yeah, the inherent problem is that if you have a general community, like this is the gaming subreddit, it's gonna fucking suck. But if you have a community around a specific game, how bad it is then is going to depend on the community and the level of moderation that it receives. I have this issue, and the first reply will be, God, did you use the fucking search function? Jesus Christ, so even though it's like the top hit on Google, that's always in there. And then just like old forums for solving problems suck compared to Reddit, because on Reddit they'll just answer the question, even if it's been asked before. Because it's just like, you could just copy the answer from the last time it was asked. Ever go on TESG? Not the one that you're probably thinking of. If we're thinking the same thing. The HPHM subreddit. The fuck is that? I've never been like shy about admitting that I use Reddit in those ways. Because my issue has always been with it as just a general community. I think it's a really bad way to organize people. In at the TESG from TG. No, not that one. Another key to Reddit is unsubbing from TV show subreddits after they're finished. Yeah, that is kind of true. The cock and ball torture Reddit. Not safe for work world building. What's your favorite stories of all time? Looking for some new reading material. I reread Fahrenheit 451 like a month ago. It's something I want to work on, but I don't know. I have that general issue with, I think they call it depression. r/penectomy. Which one's the penectomy? That's the one where they cut off your penis, right? What was this? Okay. This was where my fan kicked on. So you can kind of see the fucked... Well, you can't see it anymore, but like that fucked background. Like just how cloudy it is. Yeah, that's why. Penectomy is the one where they cut off the dick. We need 37 different words for it. Very strange. I have a working theory that Trump supporters love Astolfo from Fate. I don't know why. I think it's the charisma and energy. Because the thing that stands out to me about Astolfo is not the fact that there's a dick involved. There's just a sort of energy that's drawn with that character. I think people enjoy enthusiasm. Are you using Isotope RX? No, this is Audition. People ask me if I use Isotope, and I don't. And I think it's just because when I was really starting to develop a workflow, Isotope had like a really bad version. Or like, there was something weird about it. Yeah, like RX9, how much? $400. One-time license, $400? I'm down. My relationship with Adobe ends in November. Do you think Bethesda will try to one-up having dragons in Test 6, or will they have learned it was a mistake? I wouldn't say it was a mistake. I would just say it's badly executed. It would be cool if they had more... What's awkward about it is they can't do large enemies very well, but it's like, if you had that element of Dragon's Dogma or like a Monster Hunter where... I'm reading One Punch Man 165 and 166. I'm not liking what I'm reading, honestly. I was fucking tried to tell you that. But yeah, those games have like big monsters, and part of what makes it work is that the fights are rare, but there's also has to be mechanics for engaging with a big monster. Like being able to grab on and climb up a giant monster is a lot of fun in Dragon's Dogma. Skyrim doesn't really have anything like that. And so it's like, there's not a big difference between a dragon and a normal-sized enemy beyond, like, the extra flying mechanics. And so, I would say they should try to fix it rather than just cut it. I thought I recognized the frequency heat map, but I guess it's just used everywhere. I mean, yeah, the Isotope doesn't own the concept. I think they just have a unique solution to it. I'm currently accusing Bethesda of being nostalgic for something. Remember, I don't think cliff racers are a bad thing either. Fallout at least has limb crippling. I think that's something that Elder Scrolls does need. I think the only way to know if the current way that... What the fuck? What's going on here? I was like doing a bunch of stuff that I'd heard before. The only way to know if the One Punch Man's panning out is to see how it concludes. I mean, there were people who were defending the Attack on Titan finale up until the final chapter came out. Because people have this very romantic idea in their head that like the author... An author that's like tumbling, falling to the ground at terminal velocity at the last second is just going to do the perfect flip and land on their feet and wow everybody. And very often it's just, if they're fucking up in one chapter, it's probably just because the finale is poorly planned out. Unlike... Oh, shit. My fucking microphone stand fell again. I hate this fucking boom arm, I tell you. The difference between Attack on Titan and One Punch Man, though, is that Attack on Titan was published, so there was no opportunity for a redraft, because when you read the chapter was when it got published. Whereas with One Punch Man, it's kind of an early access series where the reason why there's 37 different Phoenix Emperor versions of that fight is because they have the opportunity to change it before it actually gets published into the physical manga. Didn't the author say he took inspiration from the Avengers? I wouldn't know. That's not the worst thing to take inspiration from, especially by the nature of it. And there was always a... in the webcomic version of events, there was always an element of, like, there's a bunch of S-class people here and they're fighting. And they've just added more, like, S-class people to it. But they didn't necessarily, like... I figured the reason that they would have more monsters was so that they could have more heroes in the finale. But then it didn't really pan out that way because Orochi just ended up being, like, part of Psychos. Or Psychos. And then the Tatsumaki part... Fuck, I'm really messing everything up. The Tatsumaki part of the fight is different. They basically played it out very differently. And then the only real benefit is that now it includes Drive Night. So it's like trying to make what one originally did more epic, even though, like, I'll be honest with you, I would rather it be backwards, where the first part of the manga that was like basically a panel by panel remaster, I would rather them have taken creative liberties with those chapters and faithfully retold the Monster Association arc than the current way that they're doing things. I think the pacing in certain aspects was very poor. The mercenaries, the jet plane, the centipede especially, that was his inclusion is kind of a pacing nightmare. I really liked Vomited, Fuhrer Ugly, Platinum Sperm versus Garo versus Flashy, etc. It's an interesting remix of what happens in the webcomic. I think the issue is, the pacing of it is, Saitama and Flashy Flash get to the surface, and most of the S-Class is wiped out. There's only a couple monster cadres left. And so it's like, Saitama's finally on the surface, and he's like, oh boy, I'm finally going to get to fight a real monster. And he's like looking at Garo. And like Flashy Flash runs ahead and gets involved, and it's like, every time you think that the Saitama versus Garo fight is going to start, like shit keeps just interrupting it. And it's like the final part is Evil Natural Water just pops up behind Saitama. And it's like, oh, I think Child Emperor's like, oh god, it's that fucking thing. It's gonna kill all of us. And then like Saitama punches it. And it's like, can I please get some fucking time here? Like, it's a very funny pacing. And they change things so it's like, oh no, now Evil Natural Water is it got to the ocean and it's this giant threat. So it's fine if it changes, but it has to be in the service of doing something better. So it's like, why include the samurai people if you're just gonna fucking kill them that quickly? Is it seriously so that Atomic Samurai can get like the Sunblade? I don't understand. Very strange, very unusual. Phoenix Man will return. That would be kind of disappointing. Like, I understand why they would want to do that, because for some reason Phoenix Man is so important. But at the same time, I liked the monster cadre lineup versus the S-class heroes that were there. Like, it felt like a very refined conflict. I think there were 7 S-class heroes and like 6 monster cadres, and they had a diverse selection. And the whole point of it was that if the monsters work together, they can fuck up the S-class. The Council of Swordmasters were probably added to create stakes and actually have people die in the fight. That was the weird part, was that nobody died in One Punch Man for a long time, and then all of a sudden we're like back to killing people. But then they have to redraft it because they changed the mercenary part of where Amai Mask originally just killed the mercenaries. They changed that so that the mercenaries lived. So I would have to imagine maybe it's a situation where it's like they want to have panels of people just getting murdered so that when it's redrafted, those panels still exist, and like somebody can go out there and like make the superior version of One Punch Man with swearing and people dying. Well, like, Tatsumaki spends the entire series getting hyped up as just like this unstoppable hero, and so it's like the way that the cadres beat her was very interesting to see, and you just don't get that. Now she's just tuckers herself out from fighting a powerful Esper. Oh yeah, you like this Fallout meme? I like it too. Here, we'll put this up instead. I think even as is, one is still a phenomenal writer. I just think that the point of Garou is a lot more confused this way. Thoughts on one's other work? Well, as somebody said, Mob Psycho is pretty good. And you have to remember, One Punch Man, the webcomic at least originally, was a sideshow to the other stuff that one was working on. Yeah, listen, there's going to be a day where My Hero Academia concludes, but it won't be real. It'll be the next generation. Deku's got to pass his powers on to some other fucking person. I don't know. I haven't read since they were like leading up to a fight between the class and Deku, who has gone like full Joker mode. So the only reason people want One Piece to end is just because the premise of the story. The premise of the story is that it's supposed to have a conclusion, right? Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with the series going on forever. It's just like your JoJo's Bizarre Adventures of the World. It's just by design, One Piece was supposed to have an ending. I know we're criticizing One Punch Man, but when you remind me My Hero Academia exists, I do have to be very grateful we have One Punch Man at all. Well, that's the thing is, the nature of how One Punch Man's being made is different compared to most manga, and I think that's a significant point in its advantage. So like a lot of My Hero's problems are just a side effect of your typical weekly shonen anime premise. I almost meant to mention this sooner. I almost hijacked Tetramorph's stream the other day. Or tried to anyways. Obviously I can't unless he agrees. It's just a very ambitious idea to say that you can... The best way to produce manga is like a weekly serialized thing. When it's like, it's so obvious with American comics how that hurts the quality of it. And I just think it speaks to like the work ethics of mangaka. Why does everyone hate My Hero Academia? Is it just the fact that it's too normie? Well, there is certainly a contrarianism aspect to hating, well, not hating, but say disliking My Hero Academia. I think the real thing is that it just wastes a lot of its potential. And so it's like, when it was initially being pitched, you know, it was kind of like, it's a shonen series, and the main character is overpowered, but he has to be smart. Whereas now it's just a shonen series. It's like releasing a game yearly. Yes. And part of that is on fans who either don't know better or refuse to do better. And so it's like, when you support exploitative creative industries, you just kind of perpetuate that cycle that manga artists need to be worked to the bone and what have you. You mean there can't be a section where Grapeseed rapes a bunch of girls because it's shonen? Because it's for children? Yeah, and I guess typical like weebery is involved in it, where it's like some people are gonna be only into My Hero Academia just because it's Japanese and not because it's good. You know, I don't like ninjas. I like heroes. I want to see superheroes. I want to see subversive media about superheroes. Guys, what if Superman was evil? Honestly, we Westerners barely affect the sales of manga and Japanese audiences. It's the one that needs to change, but I don't think it will. Yeah, I just think it's a sad thing, but I mean, you're gonna have your Miuras that die, and then I think it'll be treated more seriously. What if Batman killed people? Even DC does the what if Batman kills people. Like, I don't think that's as bad as the evil Superman shit. Oh man, that's a re-record. Oh, that's funny. Hang on. I gotta put this on my list. I said sword swinging instead of sword singing. Yeah, I know The Boys is suffering through its 3rd season. I didn't watch it because of the 2nd one. The exact quote. Okay. What if Reverse Flash fucked with Barry? Lots of old mangaka like Tezuka died young and nothing changed. Yeah, but the music industry went through a lot of the same thing, although I don't know how well musicians are treated these days, so maybe we're just fucked. We have to eat our artists. We have to grind their souls up for sustenance. Yummy. I heard The Boys Season 3 is better than Season 2. I don't believe it personally, but that's what I heard. I could believe it because that's a pretty low bar. Like, The Boys Season 2 and even the latter half of Season 1 wasn't as good as the initial premise of the series. I am grinding my soul. I'm gonna fucking die soon. I'm on the Giga grind set. I don't know, what's Murata doing right as an artist? Like, why is One Punch Man so successful even as outsider art? What's the pink guy quote? You have to chip away at the soul. To find success, you have to chip away at the soul. Please stop breaking up with singers. The music industry cannot take it. This Imperial waifu looks way more higher quality than the one in the actual game. That's probably just the way it's being rendered. You have your anti-aliasing turned on. Yeah, we all wish Murata would be a hentai artist. Ujinchi. But, I don't know. I kind of fancy him as being like the next Miura. Like, I don't know how good his writing is, but his art's pretty good. The guy's an exceptional grind set. And he's one of those rare people that, like, it doesn't really seem to faze him. Well, that was probably part of the reason why he was drawn to One, because One was a phenomenal writer. He just wasn't that good an artist. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was trying to get some experience as a writer, trying to understand how to do a better story. But I don't know if One is a good person. Like, if your aspiration is to be Miura, I don't know if One is a good person to be to study writing from. And he's probably too lighthearted for it. Like, he's going to do it, but he's going to do it his own way, where it's much more lighthearted. Only I and one other person knows how long the Skyrim video is going to be. I think they just wanted Berserk to be finished. When's Invincible Season 2 happening? Obviously, that's the real question you gotta ask. Well, you have to remember, artists don't typically work from the perspective of, they're not as eager to see the conclusion of something as you are. Or they will engage in it in a way that's different than you. As a fan. Invincible is The Boys, but actually utilizing its premise instead of moral grandstanding. Well, that's what I like about Invincible, is that the protagonist is a good person and is like trying to do something about it. Every video I make is kind of a encapsulation of a part of my life, and so the conclusion of a video is like basically saying that part of my life is over and that I have to move on. So I think they might also view it that way. You don't want it to be over as much as just better, I think is the thing. I think people just compare those two because they're contemporaries. No, Patrician, it does not have 7,000 steps. Invincible felt like a kid's show with sex and gore to me. I don't know, felt cheesy after the initial shock value. I think that's intentional. Because it is very much meant to be like an animated Justice League kind of world. And then, what a shock, they get murdered. What if the Justice League got murdered is basically the premise. The thing is, it's still that world even after the shock value happens. I think Homelander and Omni-Man are pretty succinct analogs. I would disagree. Omni-Man actually has stuff going on. Like, I like that the way that they have to stop Omni-Man is, like, basically just morally conflict him. Like, you can't stop him through practical means, so you just have to put him in a situation where it's like, you're putting him at odds between his loyalty and his familial nature. And then it's like, when the boys does that with Homelander, it's just like, oh, they killed his girlfriend, so now he has to jack off. They made him sad because they killed his girlfriend. A lot of Westerners still see animation as just a kid's thing. It has been decreasing, but I wouldn't say that you're wrong. But, I mean, I think that is, like, a deliberate part of its tone that it's going for. Going for that kitschy, like, superhero work. I saw a good video about the Venture Brothers. I think I posted it in the Discord. Yeah, I did. I want a story with a groundbreaking premise. What if Superman was good? I read a good fan fiction once that was like realistic Superman. And I mean realistic Superman as in like it's a retelling of the Superman story, but in a way that an actual person would react. Oh, and the other aspect of the story was that it was the Lex Luthor point of view story, so... Invincible feels like it was written by someone who likes superheroes. The Boys feels like it was written by someone who hates superheroes. Yeah, I would say that's a pretty good distinction. Like, there's a lot more black pill kind of edginess to The Boys. Like, the part of the boys that I liked was kind of Huey wrestling with the concept of revenge. And so, to me, that aspect of the story, like, it being about superheroes is irrelevant to the fact that, like, it's just an analysis of, like, how this guy kind of deals with the aftermath of his girlfriend's death. No, we're chilling and working. We're doing both. Oh god. I gotta fix the lighting. I cannot have the Falmer girl look ugly. Okay, that's what it was. It was ambient occlusion. The Boys comic is trash. No one who cares about their mental health should acknowledge it. My read on the Boys comic was that it was a lot like the original Wanted comic too. Because I read the Wanted comic when I was making the video about it, and the fact that I didn't mention it kind of says a lot. But yeah, there was just this period in the 2000s of like really edgy comics. And the Wanted comic is nothing like the movie or the game. Like, that's a surreal franchise. Well, we were talking about One Punch Man earlier, so I felt it was appropriate. Trying to work and not think about something, so that's why we're doing a stream. Just chatting while I work. Butcher was the most interesting character of the boys, and then they made him a baby murderer, and he just lost my interest. Is that season 3 stuff? I don't remember that. I know Butcher was like a really hardcore character in the comics. But I also know that like they like turned themselves into supers in the comics so that they could kill them. If they're gonna adapt edgy comics, why can't they adapt the darkness? That would be fun. That would be fun. I'm not sure what's up with the darkness, now that I think about it. Like, who holds the rights to that, and why they never tried to make it a thing. Guidance referring to season 1 episode where Stillwell had a baby and Butcher threw. Oh, okay. I didn't have an issue with that. I don't know, not One Punch Man. The Boys season 1 ended kind of awkwardly anyways. Is when he tried to suicide bomb Homelander and Mallory. I think that was just desperation. Like, he did something desperate and Homelander for some reason felt bad about it. Or, I don't know, wanted to gloat that he was fucking his wife. Even though it wasn't true. Did Homelander save the baby? Some people are getting sick of edgy and bad superheroes and switch to things like One Punch Man and Hero Academia. Yes and no. Like I get your perspective, but you know, Mount Everest is kind of interesting. I know it's a non sequitur, but the peak of Mount Everest is just above where the pressure's too low to be dangerous, or not too low to be Jesus, where the pressure's low enough to be dangerous, and so but it's attainable, right? Like, you wouldn't think that would be a thing. You would think that there would have to be at least one mountain on Earth that, like, the death zone and like the edge of the death zone and the peak of the mountain are so far apart that you can't summit it on foot. But Everest is like just on that edge where it's dangerous enough to be deadly but still attainable. Manga is mopping the floor with comics, but I think it's just because it's not tied to two big companies with the same IPs. Yeah, and I think the other thing is that manga art is better. And it's foreign. So people like it because it's not American. Maybe there's something about the formation of mountains that leads to them not going over a certain altitude. I mean, maybe. But I don't know how true that is because Mount Olympus, which is one of the volcanoes on Mars, or Olympus Mons, is like ridiculously tall. Which Shad? Shad did a Hero Academia video recently, and many people are jumping on One Piece and Berserk, but maybe more about the decline of BookTube because that is who I see doing it. Maybe. Different atmospheres. I don't think anybody in this chat knows enough to make a statement like there is a max height for mountains. Even if there was a max height for mountains, the fact that it's just below the death zone for humans, or just above the death zone for humans to be attainable but not easy, is still interesting. I'm sure you don't even need to be an expert on plate tectonics. I think like geologists could probably answer the question. Oh, my mom's pretty big, so I guess you must be an expert. I just thought it was interesting because I was looking at mountains. And I was talking about the throat of the world. We were just like, the throat of the world isn't even comparable. Like, if the throat of the world was a real mountain, it would not be on the top in the list of top 100 mountains on Earth. But it's the tallest mountain in the Elder Scrolls setting. And it has to be for thematic purposes. Guys, I'm reformed. I just live on the highest peak in the world. That's not a domination thing. That's a totally healthy dragon hobby. And I'm hungry. I should have made lunch before doing the stream. Well, it's like it's irrelevant because, like I said, it's the correlation between the peak of Everest being an attainable goal and how tall it is. So it's like there's multiple elements to it. So even if mountains could be taller. Typical chat getting distracted with some non sequitur. Well, just because Everest is the tallest on Earth right now doesn't mean it's the tallest possible that could ever be on Earth. Like even at these exact atmospheric conditions that we're at right now. So right now, me getting food is pretty much a competition between how badly I want to distract myself and how hungry I get. The hunger gives way eventually, so I think we can hold through. I hate ordering shit on stream. What does Parthenax eat? And if he hunts, other question, how did no one notice a fucking dragon hunting on the mountain where the old folks go? Well, they never answered if dragons do need to eat. Everest is getting taller. More bodies for the body pit. You ever been hungry but have no appetite? That shit sucks. Been experiencing that lately. Neat trick. That's 2 takes that I've just combined into one. I thought I messed that one up. Elder Scrolls 6, but it's about building up the blades and leading them on secret missions to fight the Aldmeri Dominion, because they're bad guys. Don't worry, I won't say anything important. Okay, that's a quote. Finally, somebody with some good taste. Alright, guys. Now that he's gone, let's talk about how long the Skyrim video is going to be. I've said it's longer than the Oblivion video. So, part of the fun in November is going to be the usual shock value of, oh my god, have you seen how long this video is? Kind of antics. Joseph Anderson's Witcher 3 video is 9 hours so far. So far, what the fuck? Did he just decide to redo it? Cyberpunk was so bad, I had to redo my Joseph Anderson video. Or my Joseph Anderson's Witcher 3 video. Have you found a way to upload a video longer than 12 hours? I was kind of hoping to hit 100K before November, so I could just, like, see if I could get a YouTube rep and then ask them. Otherwise, it probably just has to be 2 parts. But I mean, if you see a 12-hour video on YouTube and it says part 1, I think that goes pretty hard. Or I could do the white light thing and just say the 36-hour video. Oh, don't say shit like that. Your videos are the only thing I live for. Suppressing. I'm the only one that gets to say that shit. Oh yeah, speaking of Elden Ring, Noah Caldwell-Gervais released a video about the From Software post-Dark Souls games. I know some people really disliked his Dark Souls video. Or Dark Souls video. Guys, wouldn't a comprehensive Daggerfall video be like 5 weeks? Yeah, but will I have a YouTube partner by then? Like, it's no good if I hit 100K in October and then, like, they're like, oh, well, yeah, like, I'll get the email that, like, I have a YouTube partner on, like, November 12th. If you deleted your channel and never uploaded a video again, I'd say, oh, that sucks, oh well. I feel like that's a pretty healthy perspective. But too much of the Skyrim video is done for me to just like say, fuck it, and just go live the homeless life. I'm actually shocked that Joseph Anderson's only got 9 hours done. Because that's kind of in the ballpark of where I'm at in the rough cut for the Skyrim video right now. Like, nobody tell him that I might have as much of a Skyrim video done as he has The Witcher 3. So yeah, that's how long the Skyrim video is going to be. Oh, you're back? Yeah, we didn't say anything too important. Well, that's just kind of the way it goes, isn't it? Like one day you're going to stop watching your favorite content creator and you're not going to realize that you did it because something more important happened in your life. And then a few years later, you're going to remember that, like, oh yeah, I used to watch that guy a lot. I wonder what he's up to. And you're going to see that he's making Minecraft Let's Plays. Like, that's just kind of life. He said he redid parts of the Witcher 2 video, so I'm not surprised and don't blame him for taking his time. Maybe he cut out that part where he was complaining about objectivity. I don't understand how those older long-form retrospective review channels are so slow uploading content when you're over here doing multiple 7+ hour monsters a year. Grind set. This can't last forever. Yawn. I'm tired. My blood sugar is low. I'm failing. I'm falling apart here. Fuck. I try not to do 7 days of work, but sometimes I fail. And do 7 days of work anyways. So it happens. Give me 1 second. Where's my spreadsheet at? Oh, this is awkward because it's not the full clip, but make do. I'll just cut it in half. Damn, but if I cut it in half, then it's depressing. Kind of. If I say... Maybe I do it against the... It might be smarter to do it against the projection. So the time that I've done so far divided by the amount of time that it's supposed to take. My way was better. Snickers, Mars, or Twix? I don't think I like any of those. I can't really stand candy anymore. The Witcher videos were a big mistake on Joseph Anderson's part, in my honest opinion. We don't know enough details to really make that claim. I don't know, maybe he talks about his life in his live streams, and so there are people who know more about it than I do. Because I only see him as a video content creator. I don't really see him as a person because... I don't see you as a person. No, I don't see him as a person just because I don't have exposure to it. So it's like, it's really hard to say such and such is like a bad idea when you don't have the full context. I mentioned The Last Jedi. There's that right-wing, the hidden right-wing elements. Video Joe is nothing like Stream Joe. All too common. It's difficult to not play a character in the pre-written format versus your live stream format. I've been physically writing again. I very much like the act. There's nothing special about ritualized physical writing. I think part of the reason I'm tired. What the fucking time is it? It's 4:30. God damn! It looks like it's night outside. I don't know if it's cloudy or what. Just dark, you know. You put a fucking sheet over my cage and I go to sleep. But yeah, I've been physically writing again. It's nice to write about your feelings and stuff physically, because there's a lot of thought that goes into like each individual word that you put down. Well, Dr. Disrespect, I assume, would be like performance art. But I don't watch him, so I don't know how consistent he is. Say shit like that, that's kind of racist. I like taking something innocent and like, you can't say that anymore. Joe just needs to improve his approach and potentially philosophy towards video creation. Maybe. I don't know. Like I said, the only aspect of his video creation that I see is his output. So probably the other reason that I'm tired is that I'm fucking working here. I was in the Civil War. Fucking Civil War is probably going to be a low point of the video. Thank God it's so short. I hate to poison the well there, but it's surrounded by good parts. He goes on a 20-minute tangent about the pros of Buddhism. This is you talking about Noah Caldwell Gervais, right? Oh yeah, anybody who tries to be funny all day has to coke up. That's just kind of how things go. There's a lot of energy involved in building hype. Trying to be a hype man. Trying to get your energy up. You just gotta be fucking high energy. You just gotta try harder, you fucking cuck. But that's the secret, is you gotta pump yourself up. And coke helps with that, especially if you gotta do it all the time. Are you gonna have a Morbin time meme when you turn into a vampire? I don't know what the fuck Morbin is. I guess that movie has to do with vampires. So no. I have orb pondering memes. But the Morbius thing, it just seemed like such an artificial fucking meme. Where is Hype Man Pat been anyways? Grinding. Grinding every fucking day. Monday through Saturday, bitches. Although, I've done a good job. I've taken 3 of the last 4 Sundays off. And I have to take this next Sunday off because I'm going to a friend's house. So, I've done a very good job of not working on the Skyrim video on Sunday. I'm not supposed to work on it on Saturday either, but that hasn't been consistent. I'm going to tell you right now, whenever I feel down, I just kind of work on the video. It's just kind of my escapism is work. Because here's the thing. My body is telling me that right now I need to be a raging alcoholic. And it is pissed at me that I am not sinking into the depths of alcoholism. And it's like, I've never been drunk in my life. I've had drinks twice. I had a shot of vodka when I was a teenager, and I had a couple ciders when I was an adult. But I've never really been a drinker. But I still get that like urge to just drink. And so I think that's kind of my body just telling me that like I'm doing something wrong. And so it's like, you're gonna destroy your life and relationships by being ruthlessly addicted to something, whether you like it or not. And so if we have to make it work, then it's got to be work. I can't wait until I burn myself out so I don't upload for 2 years. You gotta do the hype man act for drinking. Drink every day. Somebody's gonna clip just that, and then they're gonna be like, Patrician TV is telling people to be alcoholics. Do meth every day. At least you're not addicted to gambling. Yeah. Well, there's lots of destructive things that you can be addicted to when you have an addictive personality. I'm trying not to fall into any of those traps. I don't know, I've been working out, eating better, and I go on like nightly bike rides just because it's fun. It's sort of like I don't know, it's just like a good way to unwind, I think. Smoke every day. You'll get more breaks. I came oh so close to buying a fake cigarette just so I could get more breaks at work. But I mean, if you're smart, you get the breaks anyways. But the you know, the extra breaks that smokers get. I have a bladder condition. I'm addicted to pirating Creation Club content. You gotta be careful with that stuff, man. Yeah, eventually you're gonna run out. What are you gonna do? Uninstall Skyrim and start over again? No. You're gonna beat yourself up over the fact that you ruined your own supply. There's gonna be a crash at some point in your life, and you gotta be ready for it. I've always wondered, Pat, are you bald? No. I can't do coke because somebody asked me not to. They didn't specify anything else. It was specifically cocaine. That's why my content's not so good. I pirated my CC content into VR. I did see the mod for that, and I was tempted to turn it on just because there's a couple creations I still needed to play, but like the only way I'm playing Skyrim now is in Skyrim VR. It's pretty fucked up that people will get themselves addicted to things that will ruin their lives just for some reprieve from work. While true, a lot of people they just have addictive personalities. And then there's just a phase of your life where it's like you're just compelled to get addicted to something. And then it's just sort of like what's around you that you get addicted to. And so it's like you spend all day playing video games, or you know, you abuse substances, or you get way too into like pornography. Which avatar is this one? This is the Dwemer girl. That's why she's a ghost. I've got one of those friends that unironically says they want to try every drug for no good reason other than compulsion. I knew a guy that was like that. And mind you, those people are typically like genuinely trying to just get like a full experience of life. And, you know, they are rationalizing why they did heroin, but, you know, Weren't they talking about banning nicotine? And then somebody immediately some smoker was like, what about caffeine? It's just as destructive. And it's like, no, it's not. Not even close. Nobody in my family who's ever gotten sick from fucking drinking caffeine every morning. There are people in my family who fuck their lives up with cigarettes. And it's like, even if it's just the smoking. All right. Sip time. This conversation sucks. She was confused when I decided to break things off when she casually said she tried heroin the night before. Yeah, a minority of people who try heroin end up having a healthy relationship with it. Why are we so fucked up? Okay. Smoker and caffeine equivalency is just pure undiluted smoker copium. That's kind of what I was thinking. Wow, so you started smoking at 20 instead of 16. Good job. Sugar is way worse than caffeine. High fructose corn syrup and its consequences have been devastating for humanity. I really should learn what the actual quote is when I fucking try to use it. The Industrial Revolution and its effects have had devastating consequences for humanity. It's something like that. Do you have any plans after the Skyrim video? I kind of missed the videos where you talk about weird movie tie-ins and shit. No. That's been kind of something that I've been dealing with for a while, is like, what do I do? What is my life like after Skyrim? Skyrim has destroyed my life. I need to know what to do. The full audiobook is on YouTube. Yeah, but I just need the sentence so I can say that other stuff has had devastating consequences for humanity. Karl Marx, my Skyrim analysis would not exist without the Industrial Revolution. The advent of agriculture doomed us all. I do like the bread memes. We were domesticated by bread. I thought Seth was mixing it up with reviewing new stuff. Like reviewing new niche titles. Like, didn't he review the Songs of Conquest game that people have been playing? I don't tend to look at things from the perspective of this is what would be successful. I mean, sometimes I do, but that's usually in just modifying something that I'm already doing to be more successful, as opposed to you know, I don't do the market research ahead of time to know which topics I need to cover. But, so Knights of the Old Republic 2, well, you said you didn't specify 2. Maybe you want me to cover the first game, but I mean, yeah, there's games that I could talk about that seem intuitive. Sorry, I'm weighing up the options in my head. I want to take a break and play some fucking Doom, because I set it up where I could play Doom on stream, but I think I'm just gonna talk to chat. I was watching somebody play Songs of Conquest yesterday. Might watch some more today, depending on when I stop the stream. But yeah, there's games that are like intuitive topics. So, like, of course, that's where your Fallout New Vegas sits, and your Knights of the Old Republic games, and it's like, or you get to Dark Souls 1, you know, topics that, like, it makes sense if you're following the game reviewer life path that those are the topics that you're going to cover, but I don't necessarily know if that's the direction that I want to go in. Which Doom? Doom 2, that's the fun one. Or that's the one I have more fun with anyways. Hang on. What audio device is it going to use, though? I can just change it. This is the problem. Is that OBS is kind of a bitch about it. And I don't like tweaking OBS settings on the fly. Yeah, there's all kinds of video ideas that I've talked about. That doesn't mean they ever pan out. Yeah, OBS is being a little bitch. I don't think it matters much if you take the intuitive path. Find something you think would be fun to make a video about or that you feel passionate about. Well, that's the thing is, I don't want to do intuitive titles just because that's what's going to make me a successful YouTuber. I kind of just want to make what I want to make and have it be successful on account of the fact that I'm talented and that I can make videos that people want to watch. Whereas if you say you have to make a video about this topic, then that's basically saying I'm not talented. It's not that people are interested in hearing what I have to say about a topic. It's that they're interested in the topic and I just happen to be talking about it. That doesn't seem satisfying to me. Fucking ceaseless cunnilingus jokes. I don't know. I'm not in a position, like, I'm not responsible for any other people, right? Like, I don't have children, so I don't have to do anything for the sake of doing it just to make the money and feed the kids and what have you. And that's liable to change, but I don't see it happening. Don't worry, guys. I'll be like Ryan Gosling. I won't ever get a girlfriend. I'm not going to betray you. I'll cheat and marry a man. See, I've thought a lot about like the kinds of women that I would marry. I haven't really put a whole lot of thought into the kinds of men I would marry because I feel like that's a more likely venture. But I don't know what the male equivalent of pop star is. I was gonna read that, but I decided against it because I didn't know how to say the name. See, when you say it, it's believable. I'm literally you. Listen. Project yourself into me. Boy bands from the late 90s. Yeah, but it's gotta be modern. A modern person. I'm not trying to get with a washed up musician. Like, okay. The pop stars I want to get with are like all starlets that like are a couple years out of their prime, right? Like they've got money, they've been responsible with their money, but they're looking for a bit of fun in their lives, and then they hear about they're browsing YouTube, and one day they get this video recommendation, and it says Oblivion Tes 4 Oblivion analysis, a quick retrospective, and they're curious, and they hear my voice, and it's instant love, and they're like, they call their agent, and they're like, I have to meet this man, do what you have to do, and then I get like 27 copyright strikes on my channel, right? This is a necessary part of the story. I get 27 copyright strikes on my channel, and I have to contest all of them. They get my information that way, or like they sue me or something, right? But she gets my information, and she comes to my house, and she confesses her love for me because she knows that I've been a true person in my videos and on my streams and stuff, and so she feels that she knows me better than I could ever know her, and yeah, she confesses her love for me, and then yeah, that's how I want it to play out, but it never does. Well, you know, I'm a very romantic person. My idea of romance involves 27 copyright strikes. But not in like a psychotic, I'm gonna ruin your life so that you can only be mine kind of way. Not in a, if I murder you, our names will be listed in my criminal record forever kind of way. You want a situation like the girl from Smallville and that guy who ran his self-help sex cult. Exactly. But I can't get a girlfriend. I'm literally Ryan Gosling. I am literally Christian Bale from the movie American Psycho. Do you want to marry Quantum? No. I appreciate the gesture that he can't be homophobic because he's vegan, but I don't think it'll work out. Kitten, I've heard that you have a dissenting opinion about Elden Ring. I'm gonna have to break up with you. Kitten, please unblock me. That is true. I actually thought about that a few weeks ago, getting a dog. So quiet. Kitten, please. I was joking when I criticized the normal smithing stones compared to the somber stones in Elden Ring. Kitten. I've always felt like Ant-Man was a little stupid. Didn't he beat his wife? And see, that's why the Marvel movies will never be good. Like, they could tell a story about how Ant-Man ended up beating his wife, but they never will. And so they gotta like rewrite Hank Pym. Yeah, it was in the comics. And so like they rewrote his character in the movies. Now there's a Marvel movie I would watch. But see, I'm the kind of person that's like, in-game should have just been 3 hours of them dealing with the snap, like the aftermath of it and like the emotional consequences. And so like the end result of Infinity War is that Thanos just won, and there's like no undoing it. What do you think about the R-rated Winnie the Pooh movie? It's exactly the kind of thing that would be created. Like, it's unsurprising. I didn't watch it because it's like, you know, are there good modern horror movies? I know somebody posted horror movie bait that was like, basically said that there's no good horror movies kind of thing. In-game should have just been 3 hours of Ant-Man beating his wife. That would be fun. That would be funny because of like how important Ant-Man is to the bullshit that happens in that movie. If it's like, we want to use this time travel thing that Ant-Man came up with, but the problem is that he beat his wife. We don't want to be complicit in him beating his wife. So how do we morally justify using this technology created by this wife beater? Like, if that was just the main conflict of the movie, was the characters talking about how they don't want to use this tech. What the fuck, this Winnie the Pooh thing is real? Yeah, so Winnie the Pooh went in the public domain, so you can make a Winnie the Pooh story now. And Disney can only fuck you up if you have him wear a red shirt. But yeah, so the first thing that immediately happened when he fell into the public domain was somebody made a horror story about, or a horror movie about Winnie the Pooh. But I think it's even, it's like, it's just, he has a Winnie the Pooh mask. Quantum spousal abuse. Doctor Strange. In how many realities have I not beaten my wife? Only one. It would be funny if they can go back in time, but they have to go back to a point where Ant-Man was beating his wife. And so it's like every time the Avengers come back, he's just like in the middle of whooping her ass. Spousal abuse is not funny. You can't seriously expect that Disney would make a movie where they include spousal abuse from one of the good guys. And it's like, yeah, it's a joke. We're having quick jests about something that would never happen. Ant-Man gets out of the quantum realm and he's pissed because the kitchen's dirty. It would be... Yeah, he's just like extra angry because he goes home to beat his wife and she's gone because of the snap. And so his motivation for undoing the snap is so he can beat his wife. And that's like the final scene of the movie. Like, it's just, you see Captain America's face, and then in the background, you just hear him, you just hear him going fucking 5 rounds on her. It's even funnier imagining, like, Paul Rudd having to do that. Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 4, where Tobey beats his wife to death. Going hard on Mary Jane. That Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness film was one of the worst I've ever seen. Yeah, people stopped talking about that one really fast. Disney movie about spousal abuse. That's actually a metaphor for how they treat their studios. It would be super weird having that since they had to reconcile their differences in the first Ant-Man movie. Oh, that's why they retconned it. They changed it so that Tony Stark filled the role that Hank Pym would typically fill. Thank God, like, actual comics are hard to get into, because it means that I'm not expected to read them. Not Peter. Real life Tobey Maguire kills his wife on set. Isn't Paul Rudd just some guy and the old man is Hank Pym? Yeah, that was the nature of the changes. So, like, Hank Pym is in the story, but he's totally not Ant-Man, okay? And he totally didn't do those things that he said he did to his wife. Isn't Robert Downey Jr. Isn't Robert Downey Jr. out of the role of Iron Man now? Yeah. Yeah, he just started smacking the shit out of his wife on set and we decided to keep filming. That sounds like a Sam Raimi creative choice. Sam Raimi was probably gaslighting them into like having more fights. Like, it was making Tobey Maguire work really long hours, and like all of his assistants were females. And then he would invite his wife to the set and they'd go in the trailer and like they'd always be in compromising positions, but nothing was actually happening. So like Sam Raimi was just driving this massive wedge into their relationship. And he was hoping that like Tobey Maguire would murder his wife. And it actually worked out really well because like he had a response team ready, so like if it happened at home, they would show up quick enough to get it on camera. But it was really fortunate that it ended up happening on set. Domestic violence is still a step down from foot porn. Didn't Acer Thorn allegedly write some spousal abuse erotica? Where like the girlfriend was like threatening to leave the guy if he didn't abuse her. I want you to break my nose. What? What? I've heard of rough sex. No, we're groovy. Yeah, it was a really chill stream until about 3 hours in. What is that? That was weird. Huh? What, huh? Normalize questioning everything. Yeah, it might get confusing if I talk about something that, like, you obviously can't hear. So you'll just have to accept that that's, like, a nature of the format, you know, we're fucking simulating that we're schizophrenic. Don't worry about it, it's normal. Well, think about a world where the Act Man got sued by Acer Thorn as well. Think about the injustice that we've been dealt. I heard Raimi's next script was being written by famous right-wing activist Noah Caldwell-Gervais. It's true. Noah's been getting around. He's been getting work. He bankrolls his activities by scamming breadtube people into thinking that he's based in blue-pilled. I would have loved to see Act versus Acer. Well, no, it's Act versus Acer versus Quantum TV. And it's got to be the alternate reality where Acer Thorn is violently homosexual. Not, well, just very homosexual. So that he can get upset about what Quantum TV said. But it has to be a three-way conflict. Like, this is the kind of drama I'm looking for. Seeing the views on the last two videos on Actman channel, it looks like suppression. Oh, has Actman uploaded since he got demonetized? The suppression's because of the fact that he was demonetized. No, he hasn't. Fucking, he's getting less views, guys. He's only got 1.6 million views on a Call of Duty video and only 1.5 million views on a Halo TV show video. He usually gets 2 million. Like, no, he's good. Like, that does not look like suppression to me. Well, Noah Caldwell-Gervais only liked Dark Souls because you get to slay dark spirits. When he was told that, he thought dark spirit meant something quite different. Here, let's put on a different Skyrim track. How about Rainy Night? I want to pass out on stream. I gotta get the volume right. Quantum TV versus Acer Thorn versus Nikocado Avocado. No, see, you're fucking it up there, right? Acer Thorn came into the Quantum TV thing because he was a part of the Bad Takes video. And of course, if we're imagining alternate reality drama, then of course my fake Elden Ring video has to be in the Actman video. Like that had to bear fruit, so that way I could be involved in the drama too. So that way then I can run interference for all sides involved, right? Like, I'm telling each party different stuff. I'm an ally to all sides. It's like, no, Act Man, you criticized me, but it's all in good faith, okay? I understand what you're trying to do. I'm here to do the right thing. And then I'm going to Quantum TV, and I'm like, hey, you hear that Acerthorn likes dudes? And then I go to Acerthorn, and it's like, you should sue both of them. Nikocado Avocado Redemption arc. Well, I assume that's going to be a phase of his content, is the weight loss. Like, he's gonna find a bottom, and then I know there's fetish stuff involved, but like, he's gonna find the bottom, and then his boyfriend's gonna help him get fit, because that's as romantic as getting him fat as fuck. And then they're gonna monetize that, of course. Watch this fat fuck lose weight, and then I don't know where you take the story from there. I think they'll just have made so much money at that point that they can retire. You can tell I'm a YouTuber because I know exactly how to fucking run this narrative. Elden Ring is flawless, 100% masterpiece. You're a dork, Ree. Well, like, that's what I didn't understand about Axeman for some reason deciding to do his bad takes video. It's like, why are you the one that's qualified to make this video? Is that something he's done before? Has he ever, like, collated all the bad takes about a game and, like, criticized them? Do you think the avocado guy fakes it or it's real? It's real. It's just fucking, it's all motivated by avarice. No, thank you. Interesting that Noah Caldwell-Gervais exclusively does the endings of FromSoft games where he betrays the women that help you on every playthrough. Really makes you think. Yeah, Axeman does it often. Really? I am surprised by this information. What's something else he's done this with?
This is a
You talked a lot about Halo Infinite. Jesus Christ. Call of Duty streamers don't understand Halo. Okay, so there is the worst gaming hot takes video that he made in August of 2020. That was like the last one I've seen. So this is not, I wouldn't say it's something he does often, but he has done it before. But it's still weird. It's like, what put him in the position to say, I'm qualified to do this. I got this. How did the small Korean women do mukbangs? Oh, it's in the editing. I think Nikocado Avocado is just gonna die. That's how his arc ends, no joke. Maybe. How old is he? People die from eating badly, but that tends to be like a long-term thing. Is there like a documented thing of somebody who ate so badly, so consistently that it just caused their heart to stop? Oh yeah, don't block the action. You don't need to, you don't need to see Garrow. It's a still image. What do you guys want to talk about? Oh no. I'm to the part where I'm talking about... Oh, it's a little too high. I'm to the part where I'm talking about the fucking Whirlwind Sprint portcolas. Your chat seems to be out of sync. Hang on. That is a thing that's happened before. Let's see if I can... Okay. Your reviews have 16 times the detail of any other reviewer. Sometimes. Depends on if it's a side project or not. My standards are lower with side projects. The Actman Ace Attorney LARP was a bit cringe, not gonna lie. See, that's always the risk you run with that kind of thing. Like, it's a fun little premise, but it's kind of overdone. And I wouldn't imagine that to be in his wheelhouse. That's funny considering Halo's been dead since Bungie stopped making them. It's so true. I cannot, like, Halo Infinite is amazing how they went from this is the first-person multiplayer shooter that's going to change the industry to nobody plays this fucking game. All right, 2021 more terrible takes. Okay, so I must have just not seen it. Is the frowning voluntary? Sometimes. Actman's opinions feel manufactured straight out of Reddit. You'd be surprised. People like that do exist. Has he had any serious health scares yet other than being obese? You'd have to ask somebody who's more familiar with the locale drama. I haven't seen Super Size Me. Guy almost died from McDonald's. I guess that did happen. What's your writing process like for these extremely long videos? I'm interested in how you get to such levels of detail. Writing is kind of a complicated thing because it's kind of the polar opposite of editing, where when you're editing, there's lots of different things that you can do at any given time, but when you're writing, there's only a couple things that you can do. And so, you have to approach it kind of with a spiritualistic aspect of... Oh, and we're in top chat too. You have to approach it with a spiritualistic aspect that, like, it's an immense challenge. And also, you have to accept your mortal limitation that you can't think about everything, and have a system where if you think of something, to write it down so that you remember to either elaborate or shoot the idea down later on. The Super Size Me guy was also drinking like a 1890s sailor who just got to Bangkok. Well, yeah, I doubt anybody would say that like the Super Size Me guy was an objective analysis. Like that was basically a YouTube video in terms of standards. But it's still an interesting thing to do. Like the inherent premise was that this is what American families are having to do, which isn't necessarily true, but right here. You need to be able to make observations in the first place, then translate them to script. The other thing is that I just have like a significant history of writing, and so the way that you get to where I'm at is to start, you know, writing in general. Writing is the aspect where the most kind of creativity happens. So it's like with editing, I'm basically just following an instruction guide that I wrote a few months ago on how to make the video. When I was writing that instruction guide, however, there was nothing that existed other than the playthrough. What do you mean? I buy $10 of pork chops and have 5 meals for the price of 1? Well, yeah. That his argument was that Americans are too busy to kind of to cook at home and cook for the family. You know, they're always on the go, and so it's like the niche that fast food fills is that it's fast and it's food, and so it's like there are families who get fast food every day because they can't. It's not a matter of price. It's a matter of time, and so they can't justify taking the time to home cook meals. But I don't think it's necessarily true. So I'll be right back. I've got a morsel of energy, which means that I can sustain myself just slightly longer. Wonder if I could get Project Warlock going. Maybe play through a couple levels of that as a break. Super Size Me was propaganda, though. Back in high school, they had us watch it and another documentary that was made in response to it. It was absolutely propaganda. It gets shown... It's a movie that gets shown in rhetoric classes because of the fact that it is propaganda. It was by design to make a point. Was there a sex bot? Wow. I thought I finally, I thought I finally got it. Because it was showing up on Tetra's stream too. Which was rough for him because he was playing a game. Well, it's clearly effective. And that's why it's taught in rhetoric classes. It had an impact. I mean, administrative changes were made in our country based on that documentary. So, like, even if it's not scientific, there would end up being studies later to kind of emulate that. And that's why you get breakdowns on, like, calorie counts from restaurants. I like Tetra, but I don't get the Kingdom Hearts thing. Well, calorie counts at restaurants are a good thing, though. Alrighty. That has to sustain me for 6.5 more hours. Then I'll go to bed. I just don't get it, because the baseline for making an analysis for me is... Level 1 is that you have to fucking play the game. Game time? Maybe. Let me look. Let's see. Did it reset my settings? I'll have to play in windowed mode, but... It did. What is it with this fucking game? Is it cool and let me change audio devices? No. So I'll have to do it through, Something I've noticed about this game is that a lot of the level names, or a lot of the, like, track names are fucking, Led Zeppelin references. Project Warlock, now put 1 and 2. I don't know if that's coming through. I think it might not have changed it. Let me... 35 windows open now. No, it's not coming through. That's okay, I can just turn the audio on and then try to remember to turn it off later. What is with the game capture? It's been like specifically not working. How many characters did you use for your MR video, or is that a spoiler? MR. I'll assume you mean Skyrim, in which case, 4, 5, 4. One of them was kind of a joke. Very strange. Game capture rarely works. My problem is I hate adding sources in the middle of a stream. So give me 1 second. Alrighty. I did it the ghetto way. Let's see. 6 points. I don't think there's anything I wanted to buy. The mid-game progression's a bit slow. I said this game was easy, it's gonna wreck me. I have noticed in this part of the game that it's had a habit of spawning me in levels where there's just enemies. This is Project Warlock. Yakuza series win? Why has Yakuza kind of taken off? Is it just getting more popular? Is this a Doom 2 mod? No. Doom 2 has multiple levels. Oh wait, no. I think this game does too. I keep thinking that this game is like purely 2D in terms of its what? Okay. Why? I'm kind of confused on the secrets on this level. Also, this is supposed to be like the start of the turn game down, please. Is it loud? No. When I shoot, it is. I would say, like, of the boomer shooters, I like Dusk more than this. Although this one has, like, individual weapon progression, so it's like you can upgrade the weapons to have different functions. Oh, yeah. I guess I can turn the Skyrim music off. Sorry, I just kind of tune it out. I don't know, to be completely honest. What? The fuck? These Egypt levels have been fucking weird. Like, they're just kind of easy compared to... Like, the Arctic levels were fucking me up. Oh, hey. I haven't seen that before. My character's, like, trying to step up there. Why do you just use the Skyrim OST and not the Elder Scrolls soundtracks as well? Because Skyrim's the one I'm talking about. Like, I kind of want it to be tuned out. Loved a cheap fuck? Who likes cheap fucks? Does this game have a crossbow because Dusk had one? Because Dusk's crossbow was really good. The fuck? Is that a difficulty difference? Like, was there supposed to be a oh no, wait. It probably got shot through the wall. Yeah. What the fuck? So the end level thing always shoots at you, which is kind of weird. This level's weird. Like, I think they really put their best foot forward, and then just, like, the worst levels, they were like, yep, that's an Egypt level. Get psyched. The Valley of the Graves. Plus, the weapon balancing is kind of messed up. Like, as you can see, I'm pretty much just using the same 3 types over and over. I have 9 lives, too. There's so many health pickups. What game is this? This is Project Warlock. That's probably as dirty as something one of these levels is going to do. I bet the boss for Egypt's hard. Like, unreasonably so. Which is to go? Oh, I hate these. I don't even need to waste shotgun ammo on these guys. Oh yeah, I can pin messages now. Let me pin that message. Did you ever finish Click for Gameplay's Ultimate Skyrim Retrospective? I just finished it last night. It was an experience, to say the least. No, I did not. I was like 90 minutes in. I don't think I ever wrote down the timestamp of where I stopped. What the fuck? Also, no pistol ammo. Okay. See, that's the issue, is that it gives you so much health that was really just like, okay, that happened. Oh, it's gonna be a maze level. How did you finally get the Morrowind Imperial model to work anyways? You'll have to ask J-Wall. The secret is that you get back to the level mildly faster. So, anybody want to tell me what this level was? Like, if we go back to the workshop after this, I'm gonna be kind of disappointed. Okay, the Trails of Despair. That was interesting. Kudos for finishing the video. I don't think I made it more than a few minutes in. He did not front load his best material. I'll say that much. Did it get darker? Is that the premise of this level? Should have brought the light spell, fucker. Oh, I didn't know I was gonna need it. Or is there something I'm interacting with that's darker? Oh, now there's pistol ammo. We played Devil's Spire. I have not. I'm kind of in a gamer depression right now. Like, this game is notable just because it's like the only thing I've played more than 20 minutes of. I guess I played a bit of Black Mesa too. It was at least entertaining, which is more than I can say about all the other Skyrim videos out there. That's just recency bias. I like to say that. Like, whether you say something positive or negative, I just say that's recency bias. The Doomer Boomer shooter player, basically. Lots of games are being made for your favorite genre, but you can't stand to play any of them because you have depression. Yeah, that's sort of a first certified boomer shooter moment. Why? Is there... So, like... Am I supposed to have gotten the blue key card up to this point, and that's like an alternate way that you can do this? Why would you do it like that? No, the blue key card's right. There's no point to that door. Well, he has a Skyrim mod channel. That seems to be his first take on long-form analysis. Maybe that's the case, is that, like, he just wanted to try it out, and he did something that he knew. I mean, that's commendable, I guess, but I wouldn't say that, like, it was a particularly good video. I'm gonna destroy your level design live on air. What ammo crate is this? Maybe it's for flamethrower. Oh yeah, I have a flamethrower. I haven't been using it. Did we get the blue key card? We did. So, is there some blue door we didn't see? I mean, the flamethrower is nice, but the fact that you, like, close areas off to yourself is kind of annoying. Like, it's way too risky to justify using when you have ammo for other stuff. Oh, I think something in there's resurrected. Very calmly, very politely tell them to fuck off. So, that was your exciting finale for this section of the game. I like all the floating arrows, just because I was spamming the crossbow. You get the bolts back, which is kind of a weird thing about the crossbow. That's probably why it's not very good. You can use the flamethrower as area denial. Levels don't really necessitate that, though. Like, you don't even really have to brute force to play most of the game with, like, the basic weapons. Yeah, it's like, I spent all that time lining up the dynamite. I could've just fucking shot them. They're all one-hit kills. This kind of suck. Can't imagine working on something that long and having it flop. Was it a flop? Well, that does suck. It means we might not get a part 2. I don't know, it depends on how he feels. It's not, I would never watch it, it's just... You put it out when I have depression, and so I'm not compelled to really do anything about it. Oh yeah, I got a minigun at some point. Did you see Camelworks 2-hour Morrowind start guide? Oh, yeah. I didn't see it, but... I heard he has some interesting advice to give people. God, it's one of these. It's like, what's the point? Back to workshop, I bet. No. Path of the Grave Robber. Okay, this is a long part. Problem with a lot of game reviews or retrospectives, as they're often inaccurately called, is that they lack a goal. They just become a pile of subjective opinions stated as fact. Yeah, I definitely would agree. And I think a part of it is that, like, there's some really bad influences that are very successful. So it's like every time a bad review video gets like 1 million views, then that basically guarantees like bad practices among people who are much smaller and can't be affording to be doing that kind of shit just because they saw somebody they like doing it. Exciting gameplay. Crossbow is like so exciting to use in Dusk. Like that's why I pointed out. Camelworks is a great video producer. His writing isn't my thing. That was kind of my read on him, was that his Augur of Dun Lane video, like, it's not for me, but there's a lot of work on display there. Okay, so those red boxes are bolts. You might not want to incentivize people using the crossbow. Which Skyrim mod is this? I can't tell you. Like, I'm having some fun ammo management right now because I'm, like, running low on the main goods, but then I just use the crossbow because it has basically infinite ammo. Very rude. So where was the red key card? Like, I like that I went back to go this way, and at the end of this long hallway is just a teleporter that takes you back to the beginning of the level. Like, thanks. That's because if it fired as quickly as a real crossbow, it'd be even worse. Like, it's already pretty bad. It's got to have something. Okay, this was the room that I wanted cleared out. I was trying to do that serious Sam thing of like, oh, you opened the door, huh? Well, here's 30 enemies for you to fight. I don't know, it doesn't have the impact of serious Sam. Wow. The ultimate critique reviews from Luke Steffen are an example of bad review practices, in my opinion. Yeah, it's really curious. The more authoritative someone says their reviews are, the worse they tend to be. God, this level's a maze now. What was the point of the pillar? I guess there were supposed to be more enemies in here than there ended up being. I don't know if you can mid-game, but I should turn the difficulty up. Like, this difficulty level, I think, is supposed to have fast monsters. I kept it down because I didn't want it to be too hard, because I was just playing this shit as a distraction. Funny hearing all that gunfire while playing a strategy game. That's my favorite aspect of first-person shooter. Is just the sound of fighting. I can't imagine there's a more overpowered spell than that. Like, there's one that lets you shoot the dynamite sticks, but I feel like that's not really even necessary. Shit. We got cyber demons. I should be more beat up after that. I did not do a good job. The revolver is great sounding. I forget if the upgrade gave it a different sound, because I got it an upgrade that turned it into a 50, so it does more damage, but it takes 2 shots, which that's how guns work. But I don't recall if that changed the sound. Level complete. All right, now we're back to the workshop. All right. That was fun. Project Warlock. I don't know why game capture was so fucky. Turn off the sound. We lost people. I always lose people when I switch to like playing a game. They'll stick around and like listen to me ramble about manga, but they won't watch me actually play games. I messed this take up. Shaking my head. This is what I was worried about when I went down to get food. Games were a mistake. It's nothing but trash. The inventor of games. Do you feel unappreciated? No. Are you still injecting methamphetamine? Of course, I'm on the grind set. I'm on the grind set, motherfuckers! No, it's not at all that I feel unappreciated. What's messed up about you? It's a lot better. So, the best fix is usually a re-record. Fun game. I sleep rambling nonsense. Real shit. I have Giga Grind set in my Twitter bio. My Twitter bio is fun. Hang on. All right, here's my bio. Video novelist, VTuber, 8-hour Morrowind video, 12-hour Oblivion video, hashtag Giga Grind set. Has anybody ever posted on hashtag Giga Grind set? Few people have. But usually it's like only one of them was not adjacent to me. Chicken legs, chicken wings, chicken breasts. Which one do you like the best? Typical patrician answer. Depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Chicken legs are fun. Chicken wings are good with friends, and then chicken breast is a grind set option. What's wrong with that take? Don't quite know. Ah, but the Bosmer boy isn't a ghost. Yeah, people have told me before that my videos help with various issues that they have. So it doesn't surprise me. The videos are good for anxiety, and then the streams are for your depression. See, it's important that I do it all. Know any good jokes, Pat? Well, you remember when it was going around that that a rat got deep fried at a KFC, and nobody questioned that story because everybody could believe that KFC would just serve up a deep fried rat and not see an issue with that. That's got to be the worst I've ever done that bit. Like, that was bad. I don't think I'm in a very funny mood. The Oblivion video helped me get back into a normal sleep rhythm. Yeah, that's definitely a hard thing to do. I just use rain noise, but... Deep fried rat is a New York delicacy. Private sessions, is that true? Be funny, YouTube man, I demand it. No. Listen. Listen. Have you worked today? Or are you home? If you're home, you're watching this stream right now, you're not working. You're not grinding. Okay? You gotta grind, okay? You gotta put out live streams and edit audio. Okay? If you can't do that, you're not fucking worth anything. Do you think that a baby would die on a vegan diet? A baby will die on any diet that doesn't, like, account for its nutritional needs. I don't think that, like, cats will die on vegan diets because you can't supplement something that they really need, which I think is like omega-3. But I don't think babies are under similar constraints. Oh, so deep fried rat is kind of like a... It's more of like a comfort food in New York then. You got a raise, but you're not working, huh? Get drunk and apply to everything. That's how I got my jobs. Yeah, that person you hired is not coming to work. You take 3 milligrams of melatonin for a nap? Kind of weird. I used the Spoonie betrayal clip twice. I enlisted in the army while drunk. So true. I thought about getting drunk a couple weeks back, and I was like, what do I need to do that will protect me in the event that I do something? And I ultimately decided against it. Actually, I didn't decide against it. Rather, I was lazy and one place didn't carry what I wanted. Anybody ever do a D&D campaign where you loot a dungeon, you take shit out of it, and then like later down the line, somebody shows up looking for something you took from the dungeon because it was part of a prophecy? Angry Joe is the gateway drug to Spoonie. I don't think. Alcohol makes me apocalyptically depressed. There's a lot of things that can make people apocalyptically depressed. That's just called spiraling out of control. Well, you gotta have the right mentality, I think, to to drink and not feel bad about it. Like I could do it. The alcoholic life path is inevitable. I get more than 4 hours of sleep if I drink before going to work. So maybe I'd be doing an even better job if I was constantly drunk. Well, alcohol is a stimulant. It doesn't help you sleep. People just think it helps them sleep because they get blackout drunk. Damn, that might even be a better joke. I had an idea, now I'm writing it down. Sid. Well, that's a great fucking question, Delphine. Sorry, you guys didn't hear the question. You guys are all fucking degenerate alcoholics. Christian TV said some mean things about me. Now I gotta drink my woes away. So loud. Let me update the spreadsheet. That's a decent amount of work for today. I like the audio recordings because that's where like there's always big leaps of like the percentage that gets done, because it's like you do one part and then it's like, oh, you jumped up 18%. You can do push-ups while watching the stream. That's so true. That's so true. You'll feel a lot better if you do. I mean, in the short term, it'll hurt. Like, Giga Grind set has inspired you to finish the Assassin's Creed Odyssey DLC tonight. I'm sorry. I'm only trying to do good. I'm conflicted. I want to go all night, but there's something else I want to try doing. But I don't know how fruitful it'll be. Something, live in a constant state of fear and misery. Slap yourself on the cunt mouth and abuse your muscle fibers. Don't people do that? They're like, I can get a better facial structure if I stretch my face muscles. Decent amount of work. What happened to Giga Grind Set? Well, you know, you have lots of moments of doubt when you're doing the Giga Grind Set. It's not always easy. But you just keep fucking going. Like, I've done my 8 hours for today. I need to sit up. Fuck. I've been wanting to rewatch the movies Moneyball and Whiplash. Because they're both movies about guys who, like, basically ruin their lives by being super ambitious. Well, in Moneyball, he doesn't really ruin his life, but he is recklessly ambitious. Whiplash is great. That's where all those funny J.K. Swimmons quotes come from. No, I love Whiplash, but I'm pretty sure it was warning me to not run my life pretty much the way I do. Berengar. Right there. Sibilance. Sibilance. Leftists want you to think 8 hours is enough work for a day. True Giga Grind Set followers know that a true workday is 16 hours plus. I mean, we are doing like real crunch hours this week. I was like, I know this is the first day of July. I was trying to have like a, but this is the last week of June, so I was trying to have like a something I could point to and say this is everything I got done in June, just so that like because it was a lot, and so I kind of just wanted to have something to be proud of. Do math, work 24 hours a day. But pride is a sin. So true. What? Ban that man. Fucking 4-day work week. How do you stand yourself? Stop jerking. Cheaper than Tinder. Yeah, speaking of, so it'll delete one of their messages. But it won't actually just, like, why do, when I report them, does it not just hide them from the channel? Based no fap bot. Well, yeah, that's how the 4-day work week works. You work more hours, just less days. That's why it's better. You have to have a bot to remind you not to jerk off. You tell him, Patrician. I just have a flashlight taped under my desk so I can keep grinding while coming. Being a fast shot is good for the Giga Grind set. Fastest draw in the office. The only downside is crunch time. Sometimes we have to get a feature out, but they won't let us work Friday through Sunday. Just prop the door open and come back later. Work from home with a code base on Git so they know when we work. Just commit on Monday. No, let me go above and beyond. Nothing fishy about a 1K line commit first thing Monday morning. Listen. Yeah, just do it stealthily. Born to fish, forced to work. You could get a job as a professional fisherman. The ultimate grinder, if you will. I understand, brother. You know, it takes longer to have sex with women just because of the wind-up time. Sex with men is much more time efficient. Far more grind set. Well, I'm glad the software industry is trying to be better. Although it sounds like you're in that shitty situation where you're not allowed to actually try and fix the problem. So it's like halfway trying to fix the problem. Like, they still have the unreasonable deadlines and expectations, but now they just force you not to crunch so they don't look bad. Sounds like some shit that I've done. How would I know it's true? I've had gay sex 3 times over the course of this stream. Let's see, what am I aiming for? Trying to remember, when did I segment? It was after an hour. So maybe I'll get to, what's this, 37 minutes? Okay. Fuck, that's a lot, though. I haven't put this on the pegboard. Audio. This didn't work last time, but I'm gonna try it again. I have to remember what I have and haven't processed so I don't accidentally fuck up some audio that I work hard on. Okay. And then we're at, oh, convenient, 3333. Quads. Nice. New card. All right, I don't know when I'm streaming again, so if you got something that you want to ask me, you better do it now. No, I don't know when I'm going to make another video. I'm inching ever closer to being halfway through the audio editing. I'm getting quite excited. Remember copious amount of work you had to do? Now you're not only restricted by deadline, but also by workday time. Yeah, pretty much. No, Mandalore won't return my call. Cats or dogs? I've always had cats, but I feel like I'd like dogs more. Is it okay to fap? Will the bot be mad? The bot is watching. Have you heard of the High Elves? No. Is there a game you like but can't make a video about for one reason or another? Several porn games. I don't know. That's a great question. Because, you should ask that in the middle of a stream. Just because I'm sure there are absolutely games that I'd love to make videos about, but can't for various, like, logistics reasons. Like, I think Metal Gear Solid 5 is one of those games. Never liked this armor. Pleb? Crunch abolition is basically a stricter time limit on a job you have to make. Yeah, it was... Retail had the same shit, where it was like, they wouldn't approve more hours, but they would assign more tasks just because... like regional was expecting something. What's the deal with your ODST video you mentioned in the Oblivion retrospective? Oh, just one of those things that I'd like to do but never got around to doing. Like I've been talking about doing an ODST video since before the Morrowind video. Do a Metal Gear Solid 5 review and end it 3/4 of the way through. That would be funny, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm that committed to the bit just yet. What's your favorite porn game ever made? Pretty loaded question. Alright, I'll see you guys later. This is a pretty good stream. Decently productive for the fact that I was, you know, streaming.